sure there are some good health benefits from such a vigorous display so early in the morning. With output like that, who needs to go to the gym? Just dance. Great Africa Heritage Dance Ensemble. Let's appreciate them again for giving us such a rhythmic and melodic start to our 43rd annual general meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. Welcome to Sun Lodge Hotel. My name is Kafui Day, and it's a real pleasure to welcome you here for this very special day. Our event is sponsored by so many great institutions. Our platinum sponsors are the National Health Insurance Service Scheme, GCP Bank PLC, and the Nationwide Medical Insurance. And our other sponsors include Novartis, Sysmex, Letup Pharmaceuticals, Unichem Ghana Limited, and Lancet Laboratories. Good to have you here. We're going to start with our opening prayer, and it's my delight to welcome Dr. Emmanuel Harry Tawia, Esquire, for the opening prayer. Tawia, I beg your pardon. Tawia. Oh, okay. Tawia. An Anglo man who eats a lot of Bobby Taddy will say Tawia, but Tawia. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Kafui. Can we all be upstanding? Those who have got rheumatism, you can stay on the bed. Yes, thank you very much. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we are before you at your throne of grace. We are here to thank you for all the needs you have fulfilled, for the air we breathe in, for the water we wash and cleanse ourselves, for the light, for the fire, and above all, for Mother Earth, for fulfilling every aspect of our daily needs. We are joined together today, Father, at our anniversary, AGM, and we invite you to come and help us, as we've been doing every year with our presence and everything. We thank you for the traveling mercies near and far. And as we meet today, we invite you, Heavenly Father, to join us. And after, we'll continue to give our thanks and praise and honor. This we ask in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. I hope you will accept it.
I think the Lord has accepted it. Thank you very much, Dr. Tawia, for the opening prayer. We're live on the YouTube channel of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. Our theme is a really interesting one: health sector brain drain to brain gain, the role of private practitioners. And I'm sure they will expose this theme to the fullest when the time comes. It's now time for our welcome address. I want to invite to the podium the Greater Accra Regional Secretary of the Society. Let's welcome Dr. Omari Appa.
I'll read a speech on behalf of our Greater Accra Regional Press Chairman, who is Dr. Morrison. Distinguished invited guests, colleagues of the medical fraternity, let us all with a gladsome mind praise the Lord, for he is kind. For his mercies shall endure, ever faithful, ever sure. All things living he doeth feed, his full hands supplies their needs. Methodist Hymn Book 18. The local organizing committee members and various subcommittee members are totally filled with joy that they have in rapid succession organized 2 annual general meetings. This being the second. It has been hard work, teamwork, commitment, and dedication. As the 7th regional chairman, I can only, with an open heart and mind, thank them for a good job well done. The team has set up brain drain to brain gain. The role of the private practitioners shall remain extremely relevant for many more years to come. If certain major decisions and changes are not made to fix the broken link, example, the system, politics, economics, remuneration, pension, and promises, and etc., made. With the array of resource persons and participants, we are hopeful of a pancreas being born or found. On behalf of my regional team and all members of the Greater Accra region, Regional SPMDP, I sincerely welcome you all to our 43rd AGM. We wish you a President's Day and great discourse. Thank you very much.
Wouldn't the world be a greater place if all welcome addresses were this short and sweet and straight to the point? Thank you so much for that, Dr. Omari Apa, for a brief and to the point. We have goodwill messages now, and I'll start with the Ghana Association of Quasi-Health Institutions. Can we have a representative up here to express some goodwill to us? Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sheikh Bene. I'm presenting on behalf of GACI President, Ghana Association of Quasi-Government Health Institutions. Mr. Chairman, President of Society of Ghana, Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, and members of SPMDP Ghana, the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, the Director General of Ghana Health Service, Dr. Patrick Kuma Abuaje, the CEO, NHIA, Dr. Da Costa Abuaje, the President of Ghana Medical Association, Dr. Frank Sribo, a representative of other professional bodies, invited guests, members of the print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen, I deem it an honor to be invited today for the 3rd Annual General Meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, Ghana. On behalf of the Governing Board of the Ghana Association of Quasi-Government Health Institutions, GACI, the President of GACI, the executive members, and the entire membership of GACI, I bring you fraternal greetings. Mr. Chairman, the theme for this meeting, health sector brain drain to brain gain, the role of private practitioners, is appropriate. Where we are coming from, as quasi-government health institutions, the strength of any nation depends to a large extent on its productivity, which in turn depends on the well-being of the population. Immigration of healthcare professionals has both short and long-term consequences on the sustenance of the originating countries. Mr. Chairman, the healthcare system in the developing countries faces many issues, and human resource being one of the majors. The system is structurally and systematically fragile and weak to provide effective healthcare service where it is most needed. Brain drain appears to have complicated the situation and made matters worse. Reasons for healthcare workers' migration are lack of opportunity, high unemployment in health labor market, and the deplorable state of healthcare in most developing countries. Addressing these challenges may be an important first step in reversing brain drain. Mr. Chairman, we celebrated our 8th Banner Conference last year under the theme Management of Non-Communicable Diseases, the role of quasi-government health institutions. That was our 21st year of being in existence, and we have a lot to learn from SPMDP. Mr. Chairman, before I conclude, let me assure members of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners of our preparedness as GACI to work with you and all other professional bodies to champion the crusade that will bring better healthcare to Ghanaians in general. It is only when we are united to fight for common good that our collective aspirations will be achieved. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful for the 3rd Annual General Meeting. Thank you. Long live SPMDP, long live GACI, long live Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. We will now take a goodwill message from the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, represented by the President of the society. Let's welcome pharmacist Dr. Samuel Cole Donko.
Good morning to everyone. And Mr. Chairman, permit me to stand on already established protocols. I know it's quite a long list, but I'm quite delighted and pleased to be here representing the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. Indeed, when we received the invitation to be part of your program, we were excited, and I would want to bring to the members of your membership that the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana is definitely here to support you, and we would wish you a very good and successful annual general meeting. We are hoping that you will come out with your deliberations will come out with definitive conclusions, looking at the team that you have chosen, a very appropriate team. And why do we say it's an appropriate team to us from the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana? At a time you are talking about brain drain to brain gain. We are also worried about it. It's not just a situation facing medical doctors. I think it's something that cuts across all healthcare professionals today. Pharmacists today, we have 8 pharmacy schools, and very soon we'll start having numbers of about 1,000 pharmacies being produced a year. There's a particular batch that we have about 1,500 pharmacists coming out in a year. And when you look at the situation, where for 4 years now, from the year 2000 till now, no single employment, permanent employment from the government sector for any pharmacist since 2000. We haven't had any financial clearance. You ask yourself, where are they going to work? So the issue of brain drain is real. Today, I hear so many young pharmacists are itching and rushing now to Canada and other countries because they see no much of a future here. We have a situation where we are producing more than what we need in the country. So many pharmacies being produced, but we are not. And I'm sure that is exactly what is happening in the medical field. But for us, from the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, our alignment with the Society of Private Medical Practitioners is in one way. We are quite aligned, or there are a lot of similarities. Why do we say so? 80% of pharmacists in Ghana traditionally or currently work in the private sector. And therefore, when you discuss issues bordering private sector practice, we seem to be aligned, and we seem to agree with you on almost every policy that you decide to take. Why would we say so? For example, national health insurance, we do not participate much because the community pharmacists, which constitute about 80% of employment, will tell you clearly that we cannot participate, give out medicines at the tariffs that the government wants to pay. And at the end of the day, we pay for utilities ourselves. At the same time, we are also paying for our rent. We are paying for the healthcare professionals, but we are supposed to be giving the same amount of tariffs for the medicines you give out when you compare with those in the public sector. That is our challenge. If it's 1 city that you have to, government will reimburse you for paracetamol from the public sector, where all the staff are paid for, is the same that in the private sector they will give you. Where do you stand? How do you get money to pay for your utilities? How do you pay your staff? This is the situation that we are faced with when it comes to private practice. It is time that we need everyone to know, and I'm sure you will agree with us, that we should be treated differently by the National Health Insurance Fund. Government needs to support the private sector in a different way because we pay for our staff, we pay our own utilities, we pay for our space. And let no one also assume that the private sector do not play much role in this country. In terms of healthcare delivery, we are at the forefront, both medically and also when you come to pharmaceutically. But the issue at stake is that we are treated as commerce. They do not see us as providing a service. And we keep asking the question, why should private healthcare, when you set up a private hospital or clinic, be paying the same corporate tax as somebody who is selling at Abosokai, selling spare parts? These are issues we need to look at, that we are not just for commerce, we are not just for business. We need to be seen as serving the people, providing healthcare service. And therefore, when they even come to corporate taxes, something must be done for all of us who are in the private sector, rendering service for this country. And this is one of the things that I would challenge the private medical practitioners or the private practitioners to team up, if there's a possibility that we can all work together and now make an advocacy that our case is different from those who work in the public sector, and therefore government should pay particular attention. On this note, I would want to say that the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana brings you great greetings. We wish you the very best of your meetings, all your deliberations. We hope that we can work together with you, partner with you to move private practice forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your address. Just to acknowledge our sponsors and our partners, GCB Bank PLC, Tobinco Pharmaceuticals, Deseret Hospital, Letup Pharmaceuticals, Novartis, Nationwide Medical Insurance, Sysmex, NHIS, Lancet Laboratories, NS Chemist, Luex, EasyTag, Family Health Medical School, and Unichem Ghana. And I saw them all here, and I just wrote them down. So I love this. This is great. From one president to another, we have the president of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. Let's welcome Mrs. Perpetual Ofori Ampofo.
Good morning, everyone. It is a delight for me to be here, and let me acknowledge the high table and, of course, the executives of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. And I bring you warm greetings from the National Council of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. We are delighted to be part of the opening session of your 43rd AGM under the theme Brain Drain and Brain Drain to Brain Gain, the role of private medical and dental practitioners. Of course, the issue of brain drain is hitting us as a country, and I'm sure all the agencies under the Ministry of Health are aware of this. The staffing gaps that have been caused by the immigration of our colleagues is a threat to the safety of our patients and our own safety as health practitioners. And we have recently seen the announcement of the Ministry of Health, for example, in terms of the financial clearance to employ nurses. We are excited and we are happy about it. But of course, it will still not mitigate the employment needs of the nurses and midwives within the health sector. And as much as many of them have left, they've caused serious gaps within the health system. And we are aware of the dwindling or reducing nurse-patient ratios and the fact that the workload on those at post is also increasing. And therefore, this theme is very important, and I think it's come at the right time. It is not only nurses who are leaving, doctors are leaving, pharmacists are leaving, those in the allied professions are also leaving. And like I said earlier, it means that the care of the patient is at stake here, and the safety of the health professionals ourselves in terms of the workload on us. You become burnt out, and you may fall victim to taking wrong decisions or causing medical errors at one point or the other. I was taken aback about my co-president's information about the last time pharmacists were employed into the public health sector. And I think that's a source of worry. It's a source of worry. We must be able to recruit as and when needed so that we meet the needs of the general population. The WHO talks about up to about 4.5 million gap in terms of, for example, nursing personnel by the year 2030. So we ask ourselves in Ghana, what are we doing? Luckily for us, we are training a lot and we are not able to employ them. And if we have to train these many numbers and it goes beyond our needs, then it means we have to have strategies for training them. And one of the things we have said over the couple of months and years is that if we have taken steps to go into bilateral agreements with other countries to take on our nurses, then let us do it better by producing them at the level of the quality they need so that we can train them and take them out, whilst we also have them to serve our needs. And the interesting thing is that those who are leaving actually are those who have many years of experience and have the requisite skills to also mentor others. So when they leave, they create a very huge gap. And it's important that as you discuss these issues within your AGM, you also come out with strategies that will help the Ghana as a whole to address the issues, because we can only gain in this drain when those who leave actually come back and make an impact in our health sector space. But you and I know that just a small number will come back. Majority of them will stay, have their families there, their children will continue to stay there. So on this note, I want to say thank you to the leadership of the society for inviting us, and to assure you that we are always ready to partner and collaborate. And the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has shown us that there is need for better collaboration and better partnership between the public sector and the private sector. And I hope that in the months and years to come, we can improve on same. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Madam President, Mrs. Ofori-Ampofo, for your words. Now to another president, and he's the president of the Medical Superintendent Group of Ghana. Let's welcome Dr. Kamaruddin Koku Hussein.
Good morning. I want to stand on the existing protocol to say a word or two to my senior colleagues. First of all, I bring you a very warm greetings from all the medical superintendents and the medical directors in the public health facilities across the length and breadth of this country. On this your 43rd AGM, which to us is historic, because this is the first time you are inviting the Medical Superintendent Group to partner you. You show deep maturity and true leadership for inviting the Medical Group to be part of this celebration. We in the Medical Superintendent Group appreciate sincerely this gesture, especially because, as I said, since I became the president of this group, this is the first time I'm here. We acknowledge the big role your association plays as far as quality healthcare is concerned. And arguably, you are all born out of the public sector. However, the perception out there, whether right or wrong, is that the quality of healthcare in the private facilities is better than the public. Yeah, many a times you hear where there are issues of malpractices, you hear people say, oh, as for this, it will not happen in the private facility. So that is a good mark. The theme for this year's AGM, health sector brain drain to brain gain, the role of private practitioners, is very apt. Very apt in that I want us to first look at the micro level, or what we call the internal one, because many speakers will talk about the external. We know that charity begins at home. There have also been massive brain drain from the public sector to the private sector. How do we ensure that some of these brains are given back to the public facilities. We know majority of the private hospitals, and thus the quality care that you provide, benefit only a few. Since the teeming majority of our people are in the rural sector, where the public facilities still manage the little brain that you left behind as we move on. It is therefore my hope that this will also feature in your deliberations from now going. Dr. President, indeed, close collaboration between the Medical Superintendent Group and you is what our beloved country needs to attain universal health coverage for all of us. Surely I foresee a day when these two groups will unite as a single formidable group to prosecute effectively and efficiently the agenda of health policies of the Ministry of Health. To conclude, I said this at the GMA AGM last year, and I want to repeat same here, that no health worker be made to pay out of pocket for health care, no matter what. We in leadership positions in this sector, we have the power and the duty to waive off bills of our staff, just as we do for paupers. A cook selling kenke to the public should surely not pay for the same kenke for herself to consume, to be able to have the energy to continue to cook for the public. On this note, the Medical Superintendent Group wishes you a fruitful deliberation and a successful AGM. Let me also take this opportunity to invite Dr. President to our AGM in October 8th to 12th. This will promptly be followed with an official invitation. Long live the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. Long live the Medical Superintendent Group. Long live the Ministry of Health, and long live Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussein, for your words. I never thought of brain drain as going from the public to the private facilities. So, yeah, it's got my brain thinking. Yeah. And then the kinky thing, too, I was listening to right now. Yeah, thanks for that. We are very happy to have with us the representative of the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Honorable Fussaini Issa, is here with us. Please give us a wave, and please join us on the top. He's representing the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Honorable Henry Quartey, MP. Titus Glover, I beg your pardon. Honorable Titus Glover, there's been a shift. Yeah, he's gone to Interior, I believe. So thank you so much. Okay. And now we'll have another goodwill message, and this is from the President of the Ghana Dental Association. Let's welcome Dr. Abiola Kakraba Kwashi.
Mr. Chairman, all protocols observed. I wish to extend my warm regards and hearty congratulations on your 43rd Annual General Meeting from the executives and membership of the Ghana Dental Association. Well, in most parts of the world, when you talk about private practitioners, everyone starts to think about wealth, money, a good, comfortable living. So if this society is talking about brain drain, then we have to know that the matter has hit critical levels. About 6 weeks ago, the Ghana Dental Association held its 33rd annual general meeting in Kumasi. And I would like to thank your president, Mr. Chairman, for coming and for honoring our invitation. The theme of our meeting was centered around strengthening the Ghana Dental Association and all-inclusive membership for tomorrow's success. I firmly believe that unity is the backbone of our strength. And I must say that your leadership is taking steps in the right direction in bringing the various groups together. And I see that your president is doing his best to bring together lots of young people, a lot of energy into your society. I see very few dentists here, so I'd like to promise Mr. President that I will do my best as a president to pull a lot more dentists into your society. As we gather here today, I'd like to urge all members of this esteemed society to stand in solidarity with your executives. Let us unite across disciplines and sectors and levels of experience, whether dentist or medical doctor, whether private or government, specialist or general practitioner, to advocate for better working conditions, salaries, policies, and living standards for all dedicated professionals. Together, we can combat the brain drain that threatens our profession. Moreover, I strongly believe that intentional mentorship is a crucial element missing in our profession. I implore each of you to take up the mantle of mentorship, guiding and supporting at least one young professional in our field. By so doing, we can foster a culture of knowledge, sharing, and growth and collective success. And hopefully, this would help some of our young people to stay here. Let us harness the power of unity and mentorship to elevate our profession and create a brighter future for all. I know that this Congress will yield a lot of great results, and while we put our pleas before the government, may we also remember to give off our very best as practitioners and work with diligence, honesty, and integrity. Once again, I thank you very much for the invitation, and may you have a great Congress. Long live the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. Thank you.
People who probably have just started work and so forth. Now we are losing even specialists. They are leaving. Consultants are leaving. Nurses, well-trained nurses, nurses that you don't expect to leave are leaving. And even we are even creating the situation where we have a backlog of health professionals who don't know what to do. So the next thing is that they have to leave. So for us to talk of a brain gain, for me, is very important because it's just like a train wreck. We all see it coming. We can predict its angles, and we know it is coming, and yet we are not doing anything to stop it. And for us to be able to stop this, we actually will have to do a lot of thinking, and we have to do a lot of soul searching, and we have to form some kind of a mindset that is very important and critical in this direction. But the issues are clear. Whether we like it or not, the number one driver of brain drain is actually economics. So if we don't do anything about our economic situation in this country, and we don't check how this country is progressing in terms of our depreciation of our cedi, our unemployment status, the kind of things that are happening regarding the economy, we would have to suffer. And I just heard the president of the Pharmaceutical Society talk about the fact that even health insurance, how is it differentiating between the public and the private sector in order to be able to help you achieve this important dream that you have? I even believe that we should be thinking of brain retention before we even think of brain gain, because the retention is even a problem. How much more to gain? And if you look at the push and pull factors, you need to even establish equilibrium before you can begin to even look at your ability to pull others to come in. I see the private sector as a strategic partner in this fight. And that is why I believe that you play a key role to be able to help us arrest this brain drain, one, before we even think of brain gain. But my members who at least even come to you to do locums, the payment, they say is not good. So how do you intend to help them to stay? And some of you who are even on your own, it's difficult, and I appreciate the difficulty, that there are times you need to fall on some level of lower cadre of staff to be able to man your facilities, otherwise you run into trouble, because you can't pay. So we need to look at all of this. We have to forge strategic partnership to ensure that our facilities also match the level of any public institution anywhere. If we are not able to do that, we are in trouble. And I'm happy that at least even the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons now have residents in training in some private facilities. And that is where we should be looking at. At least if we are able to get people to train with us, manpower may become at least less of a burden. However, this fight is not your fight alone. It should be the fight for every single Ghanaian, because it is getting dangerous. The train is running amok. It is heading towards us, and we must think fast to ensure that we stop this train from causing further damage to us and our country. On this note, let me say that I am home, so I don't want to say the GMA is happy to be here, but I am happy to be part of this. Last year I was with you. This year I'm here. Hopefully next year, God willing, I'll be with you. But whatever documents that you come out with, we are willing and ready to help you push it to whatever level that we need to push it, and support you to be able to achieve the very dream that you have set out to achieve. God bless us all, and then have a fruitful deliberations. And Andre, let the agenda continue. Thank you very much.
So you're all curious what the agenda is, right? Yeah, me too. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Serebour, for your remarks, your goodwill message. We have another goodwill message, and this is from the Private Health Facilities Association of Ghana. The General Secretary is here. Let's welcome Richard Frank Toblu.
Thank you very much. Respectfully, I want to stand on the existing protocol to proceed from here. Seniors, ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to be part of this historic moment with you. I might say that we from the Private Health Facilities Association of Ghana, we are a business group, not purely medical group, a business group. I am saying this on the background of the fact that this group is made up of medical doctors, businessmen and women who have their resources and thought it wise to invest in the health sector. And I am happy to see many of you here who belong to Private Health Facilities Association of Ghana. And I want to salute you for that. What do? We bring together health facilities throughout the country to ensure that whatever that affects them, we address it for them. How do we go about it? Health insurance. Health insurance is one institution that each and every Ghanaian contributes to and enjoy the benefit thereof. Today, as I speak, about 95% of people who visit our facilities across the country hold health insurance card. And that has largely reduced the internally generated fund in our facilities, making life very difficult for healthcare service providers across the nation. That is a fact you cannot run away from. It takes the national health insurance close to 6 months to pay. And when you attempt to take a little to support your internally generated activities in the hospital, they come at you. And we tell them that the fact that we have a relationship with you does not mean you should supervise our facilities to the extent that we cannot medically practice in our facilities. There are instances where you see the National Health Insurance dictating the pace of medical practice in this country, which is not the case, which is not supposed to be the case at any breadth at all. Clinicians are trained to provide quality healthcare services to the good people of this country. But here we are. You see somebody who has never been to a medical school, who has never been a pharmacist before, vetting claims of a medical doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a disaster. Come to talk about the payment of their claims. It takes them a reasonable period of time to pay. And we have been on their neck as we speak now. Clinical deductions is a challenge. And we are looking at that vigorously. And what we have been able to do, as I speak to you, is that going forward, we are presenting to them a tariff so that we have a roundtable discussions to agree on values that we should be charging at our facilities. Other than that, it is going to be very difficult going into the future. Why are we saying this? If you take a critical look at the economic situations that we have in this country today, the National Health Insurance tariffs are way lower than expected to be. Medicine prices are far higher on their tariff list. And when you go to the market to buy drugs at the cost of 50 Ghana cedis, and you are giving it to the National Health Insurance at 45 Ghana cedis, you are making a loss of 5 cedis ab initio. The question, therefore, is who pays the difference? And even if you attempt to make a top-up, they come at you and say you cannot charge top-up. At our recent meeting with the sectorial debate, I made it categorically clear to the Presidential Advisor on Health that top-up, or in other words, co-payment, can never stop in this country simply because, one, the economic tariffs are not realistic. To that extent, if we are to sustain our facilities in this country, then a top-up is the way to go. And in his response to that, he made it categorically clear that before top-up can stop, then it means that they should come out with the realistic tariffs, that is number one. 2, pay promptly, and that is a hallmark to go for now. Come to talk about Ghana Revenue Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another area that the government is taking a lot of money from businessmen and women who want to provide quality health care to the generality of these people in this country. Why are we saying this? You sit in the comfort of your facility, provide services. At the end of the day, they come out with obnoxious taxes against you. Sometimes they come and do tax audit, and the values they give to you to pay is a serious challenge. And we, at our facilities, we are telling them that no. And thankfully, we have tax consultants among us, and we go at them. By the time sometimes we finish, we end up reducing the value from 3 million to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch these tax people. Now, let's talk about other regulatory bodies. Now, when we go to the regulatory bodies that are coming out of various facilities, HIFRA is talking about a good number of doctors, that is 3, for you to practice as a hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about brain drain. Where are we getting the doctors? To practice in our hospitals are doctors, 3. Are we talking about needs? Ladies and gentlemen, are we talking about needs, the requirement? What about quality of services that is required for the people within a particular jurisdiction, rather than talking about numbers? What about a facility that is located at a place providing equally good services, seeing just about 100 people, but has what it takes to provide that service? But you go to a particular jurisdiction, you have a very huge place, because they are talking of numbers, they have only 3. Where are we going? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a serious challenge in this country. Now, come to talk about pharmacists. One interesting thing, they are here. One interesting they do that we are pleading with them is this. Whenever National Health Insurance Scheme adjusts their tariffs, the following day, they also increase their prices. And that is a serious challenge, and we want to plead with them, pharmacists. Whenever the National Health Insurance adjusts their tariffs, let us enjoy that small. But the moment you increase it, it takes away our gains. The issue here is who pays our bills. The private man pays for his services, he pays for salaries, he pays electricity, he pays everything. And on top of that, obnoxious taxes to pay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to collaborate with SPMDP. How do we do it? It is only when we come together as a group, that is when we can fight this canker. I am happy the last time we went to Ghana Revenue Authority to fight for members, Dr. Gali was there with me. Dr. Gali, I'm seeing you here. He was there with me, and we met the Commissioner General of Ghana Revenue Authority. And the issue we put before them is this. You have been charging 3% on our medicines. And I told them that, look, reference to the Commissioner's practice note, 001/16, there is no way that items that form the trading stock of an entity, be it a supplier or receiver, should attract any tax. But then when you go to your facilities, look at your records. They have been charging you 3% for goods on medicine. From today, ladies and gentlemen, when you go, don't charge that. Don't charge it. If they dare respectfully call Dr. Gali, he will refer to me and I will deal with the issue on your behalf. On that note, I want to say thank you very much for this opportunity.
Charlie, this goodwill message came with fire. Lots of fire in this goodwill message. Hey! Mr. Frank Toblu. Thank you very much. It's all good. We also have now from the Health Federation of Ghana, Dr. Ban, who will give us a few words. Let's welcome Dr. Ban.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Permit me to also stand on the existing protocols. First of all, I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Wisdom Abebreto, the president of the Federation's board. I'm the executive secretary. Healthcare Federation of Ghana was established in 2017 to recognize all private healthcare players in the value chain so that together we can advocate, we can all come together to solve issues affecting the private healthcare sector. The Healthcare Federation of Ghana is the local chapter of the regional and continental bodies, that is West Africa Private Healthcare Federation and Africa Healthcare Federation. And this was established by the regional body West Africa together with some local private healthcare players. And since 2017, we've been trying to collaborate with the public sector to make sure that the private sector plays the role that we are supposed to play to ensure affordable quality healthcare for Ghanaians. We also recognize the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, and we will be inviting you to be part of the Federation and also to have a board seat. Just 2 weeks ago, 19th of July, we had a high-level panel forum at the Kempinski Hotel, which was organized by the Healthcare Federation of Ghana together with Africa Business Council and Africa Union Development Agency, NEPAD. And I'm glad to say that Dr. Andre Kwesi Kuma, your president, was part of the panelists, and he represented you and Ghana very well. We thank you President, for being part of it. On this note, I want to wish you a very fruitful deliberation that will lead to brain gain instead of brain drain. Thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you, Dr. Ma from the Healthcare Federation of Ghana. We'll now take two messages from our platinum sponsors, the first of which is GCB Bank PLC.
All right. Good morning once again, Mr. President, and also all protocol observed. My name is Lydia Educhimwa Boabeng. That's my colleague, our branch manager for Tesano. And we're honored to represent GCB and proudly to have sponsored. You notice there's no other bank here. Your Bank for Life, we made the effort to sponsor the program and make sure that we bring enough of our people here to offer you all forms of services that you might need, both for our existing and then the new to bank that I'm hoping to convince within 5 minutes. And so I'm part of a private banking team, and our manager is in charge of Tesano branch. And once again, we'd like to say congratulations for your 43rd AGM meeting. It's quite older than myself. And so when I saw a lot of matured, experienced medical doctors and seniors here, it's really an honor to have this brief platform to speak about GCB. And we have numerous products for GCB. You know, it's the nation's bank. We're known to have been sleeping for a while, but I can attest, we're not sleeping anymore. GCB had been a sleeping giant, but with the able MD that we have, Mr. Kofi Adomako, GCB isn't sleeping anymore. We make sure we're awake. Thank you. we're awake now. If you come in our branches, you can tell the ambience has improved. A lot of us are out there now coming to you for business. We're not comfortably sitting in the branches asking you for your ID cards and why you haven't signed this appropriately. Things have changed and continuously are changing in GCB. And I can attest, I think a few experiences you may have had recently can also say that it's not all bad. We're doing quite well to be out there in the faces of our customers. I looked at the theme and then what you would require from GCB, and I noticed first and foremost loans were very important. In the past, we just did our loans for the public sector because we found the security and the safety there. But our new MD, Kofi Adomako, I remember last week in our performance meeting, says no. Why do you keep relying on just the public sector? Please make sure that you have appropriate products that are good for the private sector as well. Because now everything, IT and everything that is going on in the economy and improving, you have to take a look at the private sector. So we have schemed loan. When we say our schemed loan, we have the staff and management loan where we come to institutions, irrespective of how small it is. We take a look at your accounts. We would love to have accounts with us first. But then aside that, to give loans, we give maybe if we have a 2 million or 5 million Ghana cedis, very competitive rate. The individuals who work in the institution don't necessarily even have to have a GCB account. We have a rate of 26%. And for the scheme loan, we do 24. And to be honest, I can tell you one thing, some banks can quote lower ones. You know why? We work with the effective rate. When we say effective rate, today when we go, you are all seasoned medical doctors and experienced ones, but I think you should ask your accountants. When you say reducing balance, when you pay up your principal every monthly, the deduction, your interest subtracted from your principal is what we calculate your next interest payment on. So when you spread it over the tenor of your loan, you notice that the effective rate really monthly that you're paying is 15.9%. A lot of the banks don't tell you that. And so they calculate the flat rate for you. And so you have a loan tenor of about 3 or 5 years, and you're paying very, very large interest rate on it. So you say, when we go today, I say, try and ask your accountants and even your bank relationship managers that what is the effective rate of my existing loan that you have for me? And if it beats GCB's 15.9, you can come to our team or call any of us from the head office, and we'll tell you that we can do better than that. So that's for the scheme loan. And so I'll then treat that when you're done with the program and you can engage any of our GCP people, we can do that. We also have personal loans, which don't necessarily come from the institutions or your medical facilities. That one, we have up to 400,000, so far as you're a salaried worker, and we can confirm within a month or two that your salary indeed has dropped in our account. Please, for an amount up to 400,000 within 24 hours. I can attest to you within 24 hours. Our new MD isn't the typical MD you would have in GCB. He is very, very on point with customer service, and so he would ensure that we honestly mean 24 hours when the new GCB says 24 hours. So we have our 24-hour loan. We also have personal savings. You have a bit of an excess and you want to put something in the account. We have a savings account with significant interest rate. We have about 8-9% interest rate. We also can tell you for temporarily, treasury bill rates are attractive. I'm supposed to be selling my fixed deposits. If I say fixed deposits, you give us a little something we put away. We give you an interest of about 12%. In the election year that you are uncertain, you can give your money safely to us, and we can keep you and give you something nice on your investment. I think you should try it. We take as little as 1,000 Ghana cedis. And so, for instance, if you decide to give us your fixed deposit and you give us a bit of 100,000, you're getting 12,000 at the end of a year. If you choose a tenor of 6 months, you just get half of that per the year. So please engage us. We're not still the old bank. We've changed, and we come to you. Me, I have a team of about 6. The branches have teams of about 10. We go out. So even if you're in Bujumbura, we'll come to you. Just give us a call. Give us your location. Give us a direction. We are hungry for accounts. For the first time in years, GCB does have performance management, weekly and then monthly. So we're there to serve the customers, and our efforts are measurable. And so we're here to serve you. One more product I can speak about also, aside our fixed deposit and even having a treasury bill. Current treasury bills are running at 24 plus interest rate, quite significant. I think you should give it a shot. It takes 1,000 cedis, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000. The institutions, you can hold your funds whilst you do your expenses. You can hold your funds in short term. We also have call accounts. Whilst your monies or your funds are in the account, we place a little interest on it. As and when you want it, you can have it. And so our call accounts are also very, very attractive. For those older who wants to do things for their little kids, your grandkids, we have Kiddie Star that we've opened. All you need is your Ghana card. And actually, those who would want to open an account, these days we don't ask you for all the extra documentation. All we need is your Ghana card. We take your Ghana card. If you don't have a passport picture, please, I plead, I usually will just put you by a wall and take you a shot. And then that's all I require for an account opening. So please, not to take too much of your time, I would say that we are out here for you. Please visit us. We would engage you. Give us an open mind. We're not the old GCB. We're there for you this time around. They should tell you we are the only bank around. Where are the competitors? We made the effort to be here. Thank you very much.
So you guys are saying, hey, GCB? I like the film that Lydia brought to the table, man. Lydia, thank you so much. Yes. One of our platinum sponsors, GCB Bank PLC. Nationwide Medical Insurance is our other platinum sponsor. They are not here, but at least it should be put on record, and our people on YouTube will know that we mentioned their name here. So Nationwide Medical Insurance, let's clap for them. They're not here, but let's clap for them. Okay, so we are done with the goodwill messages for now, and it's now time for me to invite Dr. Matthew Kwame Edusei, who's the National Secretary, to introduce our invited guests and the National President. Can we have Dr. Edusei up on the stage? There he is. There he is. Somebody left their phone here. Give me your Ghana card and I'll...
Thank you, GCB. And by the way, the Vice President of this Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, Dr. Chris Adumaku, is the brother of the head of GCB. Thank you all for being here today. We've got Dr. Frank Sribo, you all know him. That is the president of GMA. And we've got Dr. Okay, he mentioned his name, Dr. Ignatius Awinobuno. Awinobuno, okay. And we have our president, Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, Dr. Andre Kwesikuma. And our guest speaker, he will be properly introduced later, but that is Professor Ajare, the Provost of the College of Health Sciences, KNUST. You've got Dr. Hussein. Dr. Hussein, eh? Honorable Hussein, yes. He is representing the Greater Accra Regional Minister. And of course, our Vice President, Dr. Chris Akwesi Adumaku. You are welcome. Thank you very much. It's time for you to listen to the president of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. I invite Dr. Andre Kwesikuma to you.
Thank you. Before I start with my address, just to say a little bit about SPMDP, because amongst us, and not only our members, we have many guests here. The Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners was established in 1968. Actually, our mother is the Ghana Medical Association. We were formed just 10 years after the formation of the GMA. We are the firstborn of the GMA. They gave birth to us when they were only 10 years old. Now, GMA has so many children. Some are here. Medical Superintendents Group, Ghana Dental Association, Junior Doctors Association. So many children, but we are the oldest. The vision of our founders, to summarize it, is what they strive for was excellence in healthcare, which we still maintain. And our core values are some of the brochures and souvenirs you have. Talks about our professionalism, ethical practice, patient-centered care, and so on. So that's what we strive and stand for as Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. And we put in so many measures so that we ensure that the clients and patients who come to our facilities, live happy and minimal problems when they visit our centers. And there are so many other things we'll be rolling out as we go along. Now to my address. The representative of the Minister of Health, that is Dr. Ignatius Awinibono, representative of the regional minister, Honorable Fuseni Issa, who were both serving on the Achimota School Board some time back, the president of Ghana Medical Association, and leaders and representatives of our sister organizations, our keynote speaker, Professor Ejare, our distinguished sponsors, SPMDP council members and members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The theme for this year's AGM, Health Sector Brain Drain to Brain Gain, the role of private practitioners, is a very important one which aims to address a present and grave danger facing Ghana and the rest of the sub-Saharan region of our continent, as well as other parts of the developing world. Brain drain of health workers refers to the movement of health personnel in search of a better standard of living and life quality, higher salaries, access to advanced technology, and more stable political conditions in different places worldwide. The effective functioning of any health sector requires the availability of skilled and competent medical professionals, and therefore the loss of this critical human resource has dire consequences for the health needs and indices of the affected communities, with associated consequences for the productivity and welfare of the population. A global shortage of health workers makes it relatively easy for doctors from poorer countries to emigrate to richer ones. This has raised fears of a medical brain drain and has been the subject of much impassioned debate. Migration is not a simple process. It is underpinned by many push and pull factors that the potential migrant may not be able to control. Push factors are those factors that make the individual want to leave his or her place of origin. This may range from poor law enforcement, inadequate educational facilities, lack of good job opportunities, crime, political corruption, and political instability, amongst others. Pull factors are those factors that attract a person to a particular region, and these include better salaries, better educational facilities, better working conditions, and a stable political climate. Although the prospect of migrating to a more developed environment might be enticing for a person, there are intervening factors that may influence the decision to migrate, and these include distance, cost associated with migration, and family challenges. According to the World Health Organization's Health Workforce Support and Safeguards List 2023, some 55 countries have significant health staffing shortages. By the numbers, that means that fewer than the median of 49 health workers per 10,000 people, and 40 of them are in Africa. In other words, roughly 80% of Africa is experiencing medical staff shortages and high rates of healthcare professionals leaving to work in other countries. One reason for the mass exodus is recruitment campaigns by Western countries targeting healthcare professionals from low-income countries, a practice that has only grown in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. The WHO reports that more than 115,000 healthcare workers died from the coronavirus. 1 in 3 suffer from anxiety and depression, and about 40% have left the profession because of burnouts. When the WHO Health Workforce List came out, the United Kingdom updated its code of practice for international healthcare recruitment, announcing that it will stop recruiting from red list countries without government-to-government agreements in place for a more managed approach. This problem is not likely to go away anytime soon, even if other wealthy countries adopted the UK's approach. Antecedents of brain drain. The migration of African healthcare workers to Europe or North America is nothing new. The first waves of this kind of brain drain occurred in the 1960s and 70s. At the time, many of those who had received international scholarship for their medical studies did not return to their often authoritarian countries after graduating. This also coincided with the advent of universal healthcare coverage in a number of industrialized nations, which created a relative physician shortage. The UK's NHS has always relied on foreign staff, starting with Irish nurses at its inception in 1948, and later moving on to recruit immigrants from the Caribbean, India and Pakistan, and then Africa and the Philippines. Healthcare professionals from English-speaking countries are moving to London, Sydney, or New York. Those from the Francophone countries are going to Paris or Montreal, just to name a few.
Ministry of Health data indicate that nearly 20,000 nurses have had their forms cleared and submitted to NMC for verification since 2022. The latest Ghana Human Development Report estimates that 50% of medical doctors trained in Ghana are working outside the country. In the past 10 years globally, the annual number of medical graduates has almost doubled, and the annual number of nursing graduates has tripled, contributing to a current global health workforce estimated at 65.1 million. This increase in medical and nursing graduates has helped reduce the global health workforce shortage, but the gap remains substantial and was estimated at 15 million in 2020 and is expected to be 10 million in 2030. It is, however, important to point out that the improvements in the number of medical and nursing graduates match the more distribution of the workforce. There are more graduates from high-income countries than low-income countries, low and middle-income countries, and there's a persistent 6.5-fold difference in the density of the health workforce between high-income countries and low and middle-income countries. These gains, however, might be offset by the great resignation associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2010, the WHO adopted a global framework known as the Global Code of Practice on the International Recruitment of Health Personnel to address the ethical dilemma of workforce movement from the global south to the north, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. Studies have shown, however, that this policy implementation has no effect on slowing down migration to the United States and has actually increased, especially among physicians under the age of 35. The code is voluntary and only applies to WHO member states. Destination countries have not yet implemented any domestic policies in accordance with the recommendations of the code. Healthcare financing in Africa. In 2001, countries within the African Union pledged to allocate at least 15% of their annual budgets to improving healthcare conditions in their countries. Unfortunately, 10 years on, only Mauritius, Seychelles, and Eritrea had met that target. An example of how far off some countries remain: in 2022, only 3.9% of the Nigerian budget was allocated to healthcare. Ghana's Ministry of Finance data indicates that Ghana allocated 6.1% of her budget to the health sector in 2024, down from 6.6% in 2023. Ghana, our motherland. It is now very clear how the global economic forces influence the movement of health workers worldwide for employment. Investing in and strengthening domestic healthcare, providing career opportunities and attractive remuneration, investment in research and development in a context of political stability are necessary ingredients to attract and retain health workers. Although the government bears the biggest burden of striving to retain health workers, the private health sector can also be a significant contributor to this endeavor. It is worth noting, and refreshingly so, that not all health personnel can and will emigrate. Our country is blessed with some invaluable characteristics such as social and family bonding, good weather, political stability, less stressful environment, etc., ideals that the West doesn't offer as a package. The private sector, through its training and practice institutions, can help plug the brain drain through training and retaining. Private medical schools and nursing training institutions are already producing graduates that augment products from the public institutions. We call on our government, our minister's representative is here, to help ease the cost burden of these institutions by seconding lecturers to these institutions and help subsidize the cost of training equipment. The Scholarship Secretariat can also sponsor Ghanaian students to these Ghanaian private institutions so as to reduce exporting foreign exchange to train them internationally, many of whom have to be retrained locally when they return before they take the medical and dental licensure examinations. Next is retention. The private sector can go a long way to help retain healthcare workers if the business environment is friendly and conducive. In this regard, we call again on our government to introduce and implement business-friendly policies such as import waivers on medical equipment, lower taxes, special utility rates, human resource support, etc. This will enhance expansion and enable the private sector to retain healthcare workers as well as reaching out more to their districts and sub-districts. The savings thereby made will ultimately be passed on to our patients and clients. Empowering a local health workforce through technology and innovation is a very vital and potent tool, and in this regard, the private sector is striving to achieve this feat as well. Just to mention a few, Focus Hospital here in Accra undertakes intraoperative spinal cord monitoring, the first in the country, magnetic growing rods, that's also first in the country, and minimally invasive surgery. The West African Institute of Special Surgery undertakes minimally invasive brain surgery, and robotic genitourinary procedures, the first in this country. Elimas Hospital in Accra undertakes unique procedures such as hysteroscopic surgeries for uterine adhesions, polyps, uterine anomalies, as well as model management of PCOS, etc. Some doctors undertaking residency training at the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons pass through some of these institutions to learn these techniques. Those trainees who may be considering emigrating in order to acquire skills in the usage of new and modern technology may rethink their intentions. The increased application of new, innovative, and advanced technology in our country would have the added advantage of making Ghana an increasingly recognized destination for medical tourism, with resultant inflow of foreign exchange that will help strengthen our city. The SPMDP is determined to be a very engaged and active player in the private sector in a way to help reduce the disease burden of our peoples. The SPMDP Council will therefore, in this regard, be placing before our AGM, which is tomorrow, a proposal to form the Ghana Chamber of Health as a grouping of the players in the private health sector to become a reliable partner to government in achieving our shared health goals. And we've heard from the Private Health Facilities Association, from the Federation, and already the Chamber is taking shape, I dare say. This we believe we can achieve when we set our minds to it and get to work. I'll conclude by a quote by Dale Carnegie, which says that most of the important things in the world have been accomplished by people who have kept on trying where there seemed to be no hope at all. I thank you all. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
We really appreciate Great Africa Heritage Dance Ensemble for this vigorous dance. This is from the Dagomba people. It's called Jara. It's a social dance, very vigorous. And we thank them for that beautiful interlude. For those of you joining us here and on YouTube, this is the 43rd Annual General Meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. Our theme this year is Health Sector Brain Drain to Brain Gain, the role of private practitioners. And we are grateful for the sponsorship of so many companies: Akai Clinic, Unichem Ghana, Family Health Medical School, EasyTag, Luex, NS Chemists, Lancet Laboratories, NHIS, Sysmex, who have a presentation that will come on after lunch, Nationwide Medical Insurance, Novartis, Letup Pharmaceuticals, Deseret Hospital, Tobinco, and GCB Bank PLC. And now, for the introduction of our keynote speaker, let's welcome our National Vice President, Dr. Chris Kwesi Adumakum.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been given the honored task to introduce to us our keynote speaker. He is a very distinguished gentleman in all spheres of life. I read through his profile and I thought there was so much to talk about him, but I'll just keep this one short. He's a product of Prempeh College and subsequently KNUST. He obtained his doctorate degree from the Münster University, Germany. He is a well-renowned researcher and has more than 155 peer-reviewed articles to his credit. So you know the kind of person we're talking about. He's a staunch Methodist and is married with 3 children. And exactly 4 years ago, he was appointed Provost of the College of Health Sciences, KNUST. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our keynote speaker for today, Professor Christian Agbe.
Thank you very much for your nice introduction. I take this opportunity to thank and appreciate the President of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners and Executives for the invitation for me to share my thoughts on the main theme, Health Sector Brain Drain to Brain Gain, the role of the private practitioners. Representatives of the guests of honor and the Minister for Health, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, that is Dr. Ignatius Awini Bunu, Director of Allied Health, Ministry of Health, the chairman of this occasion and president of the Private Society of Medical and Dental Practitioners, Dr. Med Andrew Kwesi Kumar, executive members of the Private Society of Medical and Dental Practitioners, representative of the Greater Accra Regional Minister in the person of Honorable Fuseni Issa, distinguished invited guests, members of the Private Society of Medical and Dental Practitioners, presidents and representatives of professional bodies and associations, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is with huge privilege and a sense of urgency that I stand before you today to address a critical issue that affects not just our healthcare system, but our communities at large, brain drain. The transformation of health sector brain drain into brain gain with a particular focus on the pivotal role of private medical and dental practitioners, is one that warrants much needed attention. This is not merely a theoretical discussion, but a call to action for sustainable solutions that will shape the future of healthcare delivery and attainment of universal health coverage and SDG Goal 3 by 2030. This topic strikes at the heart of our profession, challenging us to navigate the complexities of healthcare delivery in an interconnected world. Already the chairman has taken us through some definition, but for emphasis, I would like to take us through some definitions. Brain drain or migration of health workers is defined as the movement of healthcare professionals in search of better standard of living and life quality, higher salaries, access to advanced technology, and more stable political conditions in different places worldwide. Brain drain may be within the countries, that is internal brain drain, as our brother emphasized, but in most cases refers to cross-border or international migration, and often from developing countries to more advanced economies. On the other hand, brain gain is an increment in the number of highly trained foreign-born professionals entering a developed country or advanced economies to live and work where a greater opportunities and personal growth and development are offered. International migration of highly skilled professionals first emerged as a major public health issue in the 1940s, when many European health professionals immigrated to the United Kingdom and the United States of America. By mid-60s, the losses were enough to cause a concern. In 1979, the WHO published a detailed 40-country study on the importance and flow of health professionals, which findings suggest that close to 90% of all migrating physicians were moving to just 5 countries, namely Australia, Canada, the Federal Republic of Germany, the United Kingdom, and then the United States of America. Dr. Chair, as we gather here at this annual general meeting, we are not merely participants, but agents of change in an era where the movement of health care talent has profound implications. Migration of healthcare professionals can often term brain drain has been a long concern and also impacting both locally and globally. Yet today we stand at a critical juncture where we have the opportunity as private medical and dental practitioners to pivot towards brain gain, actively contributing to the solution than perpetuating the problem or just talking about the negative effects of this challenge. Brain drain has serious negative impact on attainment of the universal health coverage by 2030, Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG Goal 3, African Union Agenda 2063, and Global Action Plan for Healthy Lives and Well-being. This problem poses formidable challenges, including particularly in maintaining sufficient staffing levels within our health care ecosystem. Rural areas and private healthcare facilities are especially hard hit, grappling with the consequences of understaffing and its impact on the quality and accessibility of healthcare services, and even sustainability of some of these private health facilities. Several factors, as enumerated by our chair, drive this migration trend. First and foremost, salary or compensation disparities play a major pivotal role, with healthcare professionals often receiving more lucrative offers abroad than they do here at home. Additionally, working conditions in some of our healthcare facilities may fall short of expectations, contributing to dissatisfaction among our dedicated healthcare professionals. Furthermore, the alloy of better career progression opportunities and the desire to secure a higher standard of living for themselves and their families are compelling reasons why healthcare professionals chose to seek opportunities outside their countries. Dr. Chairman, as we confront these challenges, it is essential to recognize the multifaceted nature of this issue and the need for concerted efforts to address it. We must explore innovative solutions to retain our healthcare workforce, including revisiting or considering salary structures, improving working conditions and environment, and also providing robust professional development opportunities. Over the next few minutes, we will explore the focal roles that the private medical and dental practitioners can play in not only retaining talents, but also attracting and nurturing them. Let us consider how our collective actions can reshape the narrative that is one from a loss to one of sustainable growth and excellence in healthcare delivery. Dr. Chair, one way the brain drain can be addressed is through incentive and motivational systems to retain health professionals in both public and private sectors, especially in the era of delayed employment or unemployment of the many healthcare professionals in the country. Our healthcare professionals are the lifeblood of our system, yet many are lured away by opportunities abroad. To retain these skilled individuals, we must create robust incentive frameworks within the private sector. This includes competitive salaries and comprehensive benefit package for these healthcare professionals. Moreover, we must also provide ample opportunities for professional growth and development, thereby enabling our healthcare professionals to continuously enhance their skills and stay abreast with advancements and innovations in their various fields or specialties. Equally crucial is cultivating a nurturing work environment that not only supports but actively encourages innovations, professionalism, teamwork, mentorship, and professional growth. By fostering a culture of collaboration and empowerment, we embolden our health professionals to excel and contribute meaningfully to the advancement of healthcare delivery in the country. By investing in our healthcare professionals, we do not only retain their expertise, but we also enhance the quality of care provided to our patients and clients. The lure of advanced techniques and technology in healthcare delivery has also been a significant pull for our health sector brains or workers to advance economies. Consciously improving our health facilities and equipping the workspace with advanced working tools and equipment will do a colossal good at swaying some of our health professionals to stay and contribute to the betterment of healthcare delivery in the country. Let improvement of the work environment be a priority, and we must be intentional about it. Through concerted effort, we can improve on brain gain through public sector collaborations with training and retention of health professionals. Dr. Chairman, collaborations between the public and private sectors is essential in addressing the training and retention challenges we faced. The public sector plays a crucial role in educating and training healthcare professionals. By forging partnership with private institutions, we can create specialized training programs that equip professionals with the skills needed to excel in their various fields. Moreover, these collaborations can facilitate knowledge exchange and mentorship opportunities, thereby ensuring a continuous cycle of learning and development. Instituting or facilitating sponsorship packages for career advancement for deserving professionals will go a long way to stimulate the interest to stay and work. This will go a long way to instill the sense of professional development and improvement and also satisfaction in them, whilst enabling effective service delivery to communities that we serve. Thirdly, brain drain can be addressed through medical tourism promotion in private facilities and hospitals. Dr. Chair, medical tourism represents a significant opportunity for private practitioners to not only expand their patient base, but also elevate the standard of healthcare services provided. By promoting our hospitals and health facilities as centers of excellence, we can attract international patients and clients seeking higher quality medical treatment and care. This influx of patients and clients do not only bring financial benefits to both the facilities and the country, but also encourages investment in the state-of-the-art technology and infrastructure, thereby raising the overall standard of healthcare in our country. We can cite the example of the United Arab Emirates, where medical tourism has gained prominence with financial gains, and Ghana can set the pace in the country, or in the sub-region. I therefore reiterate that let improvement and modernization of the work environment be a priority, and we must be intentional about it. Furthermore, building infrastructure and financial capacity will inadvertently help ease the current struggles and challenges with brain drain and promote the development of the private medical and dental practice in Ghana. Access to modern medical equipment, advanced technology, and comfortable facilities are essential for delivering superior patient care. Financial support in the form of low-interest loans, as indicated by our sister, I think you should have a special package for those in the health sector. Tax rebates and incentives and grants can empower healthcare professionals and private medical practitioners to establish and expand their practices and facilities, particularly in underserved areas where access to quality healthcare is limited. Lastly, we can reduce brain drain or encourage brain gain within the health sector by encouraging gradual expansion of the shareholding structure of existing private health facilities with the inclusion of the medical and dental practitioners who work within these facilities in order to increase the capital investment in these facilities and also increase the sense of ownership, stewardship, and responsibility by these health professionals who have shares and interest in this private facility. This is similar to the Japanese model of ownership. In conclusion, Dr. Chair, the transformation of health sector brain drain into brain gain requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders, including government, private medical and dental practitioners, academia, and civil society. By implementing effective incentive systems, fostering collaborations, promoting medical tourism, and investing in infrastructure and health professionals, and also the shared ownership by health practitioners, we can create an environment where private medical and dental practitioners thrive and contribute significantly to the health and well-being of our people and communities. Together, let's use this opportunity to build a resilient healthcare system that do not only retain our best and brightest health professionals, but also attracts talents and health professionals from around the world, thus positioning our country as a leader in healthcare innovation and excellence in the West African sub-region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our keynote speaker for this 43rd AGM, Professor Christian Ajari. We're really grateful. Thank you. We touched on a lot of points that I'm sure if they are actioned on will make a big difference and reduce this brain drain to make it a brain gain. And now to our special guest of honor, who is representing the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Bernard Okuboy. Our speaker is Director for Allied Health at the Ministry of Health. Let's welcome Dr. Ignatius Awinibuno.
I want to recognize the high table. Dr. Med, Chairman, President, Andre. I recognize our keynote speaker, Professor Agri, who just delivered a very lucid speech. I recognize the representative for the regional minister, Honorable Hussaini Issa. I also recognize on the high table the Vice President of the Society as well, and of course the GMA President, who is the mother of this society. I recognize all senior members of the society here who have held the fort and even handed over to this current generation of leaders. The media also are hereby recognized, leaders of professional bodies who are here to solidarize with the society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Whilst even at the desk, I got a text from the minister to be sure that I was here. It meant that he deems this very forum very important and does not want his comments to go without being presented. So I bring you greetings from him. And he sends his apologies as well. Some other assignments have taken him and he's not able to be with us. He pledges that at the next opportunity, he will do his best to be with us. So he sends us congratulations on our meeting. And I would proceed to present his mind to us. I am extremely happy to join you today on the occasion of the 43rd Annual General Meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. The theme for this year's AGM, Health Sector Brain Drain to Brain Gain, the role of the private practitioners, has been appropriately chosen to reflect the times we are in. I commend the organizers for the foresight that went into the choice of this excellent team. Ghana has made significant strides in improving healthcare delivery, but the challenge of training, retaining skilled professionals remains. The lure of better remuneration, advanced training, and improved conditions abroad often leads to the migration of our talented doctors, nurses, and other health workers. This exodus strains our healthcare system, particularly in the rural and underserved areas. Unfortunately, the private sector has also been affected by the exodus of health professionals leaving the shores of Ghana, who are usually enticed by higher remuneration and better conditions of service. So you have also not been spared. Yet within this challenge lies an opportunity for transformation, an opportunity for us to spearhead the change of the story by this very important society. Ladies and gentlemen, brain drain in the health sector in Ghana, and indeed everywhere, is often viewed negatively due to the loss of trained medical professionals from the sending country. The pros and cons of brain drain has always been an unending debate over the years. All countries in the world are affected by brain drain to some extent. However, for obvious reasons, developing countries are the hardest hit. The push and the pull factors involved are numerous and they are well known. Before the advent of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, medical doctors left the country in droves, many for postgraduate specialist training. An article that was written 20 years back, 2003, indicated that there were 1,600 doctors in Ghana and 1,850 abroad. These were alarming statistics, particularly considering the rapid rate of growth of our population. Various governments have tried to stem the flow of medical professionals out of the country. Measures adopted include the establishment of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, which successfully curbed the problem to some extent. Listening to the president, again, I notice that it's still persistent, but at least it would have been worse if we had no College of Physicians and Surgeons. So at least it's better. So you see, only one pragmatic step in trying to stem this very important issue that is affecting us. Brain drain to brain gain. Brain gain refers to the positive impact of a country's experience when highly skilled individuals who may have immigrated for education or employment opportunities return to their country, bringing with them the knowledge, experience, and networks acquired abroad. These returning medical professionals could and have begun significantly to transform Ghana's healthcare system and the overall development in several areas. They bring with them updated medical knowledge and specialized skills and exposure to advanced technologies and treatment methods. These could lead to improved diagnosis, treatment options, and the management of diseases, ultimately enhancing healthcare outcomes for Ghanaians. They could also play a pivotal role in the training and mentoring of the next generation of healthcare workers in Ghana. By sharing their expertise and experiences, it can help raise the standards of medical education and research in the country. Many Ghanaian medical professionals abroad specialize in fields that are currently underserved in Ghana. Their return would expand access to specialized care, thus reducing the need for Ghanaians to seek expensive medical treatments abroad. Professionals who have been exposed to cutting-edge research environments abroad could stimulate research and innovation in Ghana's health sector. This could lead to the development of new treatments, drugs, and medical technologies tailored to the specific needs of the Ghanaian population. The return of highly skilled medical professionals could have positive spillover effects on all other sectors of the economy. For instance, a stronger healthcare system could attract foreign investment, could also boost medical tourism, and create new jobs in the healthcare and related industries. Returning professionals could also use their international experience and networks to advocate for better healthcare policies and systems in Ghana, which could lead to more effective and equitable healthcare delivery for all Ghanaians. What should be our new focus? I believe it is time to focus attention on the brain gain for our health sector, especially leveraging on technology. Recently, developments in the private health space give me cause for optimism. Many high-level private medical centers are opening up in Ghana. Notable among them, the Focus Orthopedic Hospital, Bemois Royal Hospital, and Lister Hospitals, among others. Some of these private health facilities are in collaboration with institutions outside the country to improve the health care delivery in the country. For example, the Focus, in collaboration with the West African Institute of Special Surgery, WAIS, pooling medical specialists from the diaspora and delivering technologically advanced care to clients in Ghana and elsewhere in the West Africa region, as has been highly highlighted by the President himself. Others are establishing private medical schools, notably the Accra College of Medicine, the Family Health Medical School, King's and Queen's Medical University. I think I see some of the owners even here. I think they all deserve an applause. These initiatives are not easy to initiate and even implement and sustain. So the government recognizes your input. It is such interactions and collaborations with our peers outside the country that will enable us to improve upon the brain gain in the health sector. The Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners is well positioned to do this. It is well positioned to do this. So the minister has a lot of confidence in your contributory role to us solving this problem. What is the way forward? Ghana can encourage this brain gain by creating attractive work environments. One, by offering competitive salaries, modern facilities, and opportunity for professional development can incentivize many professionals to return and contribute to Ghana's development. We can also establish a research institutions and funding research projects can create a vibrant academic environment that will attract talented professionals. Thirdly, we can encourage partnerships between the Ghanaian institutions and international organizations which can facilitate knowledge exchange and create opportunity for professional growth. Creating a supportive system is another very important intervention for healthcare entrepreneurship, which can encourage our professionals outside to return and launch innovative healthcare ventures. The Ministry of Health, taking cognizance of the negative consequences of brain drain, has rolled out a number of initiatives to improve the conditions of service of health workers, as well as provide packages for their professional development. We have also initiated, taking certain initiatives to protect the health professionals and ensure that they are not shortchanged. The government, for instance, has entered into a bilateral agreement with countries such as Barbados so that we can have protection and the interests of our healthcare workers. Additionally, we have initiated steps to develop a migration policy to standardize procedures and ensure ethical recruitment practices. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of untapped opportunities in the diaspora for improving our healthcare system. I urge members of the society to up your game in that direction. Engage your peers in the diaspora, form partnerships with them, encourage them to either work remotely with you or return to improve the fortunes of Ghana's healthcare system. I take note of the leadership of the society in trying to get the Ghana Health Chamber formed. I assure you of my support, even as you take your baby steps towards establishing this chamber, which will facilitate effective communication between the ministry and stakeholders in the health sector. We have taken note that this will be a very important bridge between the ministry and the private health sector. And thanks for the foresight, thanks for the leadership. We encourage all the other sister institutions to work closely so that we can have better organization to relate with the ministry. I'm sure once we have a big voice as that unit and not fragmented, government would certainly listen. I have taken note of a lot of the concerns that have come, the issue of NHI, the issue of taxes, I know that, and I would convey these concerns to the minister. I've also asked the president to give a brief, policy brief, 1-2 pages, as to what they can do in terms of collaboration with the ministry, so that once the minister sees it, he would minute for us to take action on this. Sometimes we come and we discuss these things, and they don't get to the appropriate quarter. So I want to encourage my chairman and president to do that. Let's have a brief from this particular, and possibly pay him a courtesy call as part of your listing. In conclusion, I am counting on you, the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, as the oldest and the most respected medical association, to make health sector brain gain possible for Ghana. I thank you for your attention, and may God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Traveled from far to come and support us. We are grateful. To our cultural group, that was beautiful. You have taught us how to prepare for war, and we will do just that. Finally, I would like to thank you all for being a wonderful audience, and look forward to seeing you again next year. But most importantly, I would like to thank the Almighty God for giving us a smooth function and for crowning our many and difficult preparatory efforts, crowning them with a good success. Thank you all very much.
All right, there can't be an event like this without photographs. So before the closing prayer, we're going to take some photographs now. So we'd like to have our high table maybe step forward. or probably, they will know how to arrange it. So high table with representatives of sister organizations, please. You are the first set, to be followed by high table and SPMDP members, and then we'll take more photos outside the backdrop. So the first set of photos will be taken inside the room. So sister organizations here present, please make your way to join our people. Okay, so the first one is high table with representatives of sister organizations. Thank you. SPDMP members, stand by. Thank you very much, sister organizations. Now let's have Council of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, please join the high table. Council members, please, we need you up here. Council members. So this is council. Members, stand by. And Gertrude, come up, please. Gertrude. So members, please join them. Members of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. Members, this is your time to shine. Members, you have invaded my place. Sponsors, stand by. Sponsors. Sponsors, stand by. After this one, you are going. Are the members smiling? Are they smiling? Are they happy? We are done? Members, thank you. We're not done. So, members. All right, one more. Members, yes, members. Are we done for members? Thank you very much. Our sponsors, platinum sponsors, GCB Bank PLC, Nationwide Medical Insurance, Tobinco, Deseret Hospital, Letta Pharmacy, Novartis, Sysmex, NHIS, Lancet Laboratories, NS Chemist, Luex, Easy Tags, Family Health, Medical School, Unichem, Akai Clinic, and DAS PLC. Sponsors here, please. Please gather behind the high table. Sponsors, we need you, all of you here. All sponsors. Sponsors, please gather behind the high table. Lydia has caused a GCB takeover, but we don't mind. As long as they're going to give us money, why not? All right, we're done. Thank you so much. We'll just do our closing prayer right now for this section. Can we drop the music, please? I want to invite Dr. Mrs. Rebecca Akwa Ahin from the Family Health University College Hospital to do the closing prayer for us. Dr. Akwa Ahin for the closing prayer. Yes. The microphone is here. Yes. Yeah, let them stand. Yeah. Please be on your feet.
Please, can we pray? We thank you, O Lord, for a day like this. Yesterday it was raining. It will rain this off. Today you have given us a beautiful weather. We have had a good crowd, a good participation, and we thank you for how far you have brought us. We give you all the glory, all the honor, all the adoration. Whatever we have done today, whatever we have heard, all that we are going to do, we ask for your grace and mercies that we'll be able to implement all the policies that we will create and will come up with so that the brain drain will stop. It will become a brain gain, and our motherland will be the better off at the end of it all. We ask that you continue with us till the end of the program, and we are most grateful to you for all that you have done for the society and for Mother Ghana. We thank you, O Lord. We bless you and magnify you. In the name of Jesus Christ, we have prayed. Amen.
Okay, so technically that was also grace. So because we're going to have lunch now, there's going to be an exhibition outside, and they will officially open this particular event. So we're going to follow the high table who will step outside, and we will open officially our events for today. Take a couple more pictures by the backdrop, and then go for lunch. Those of you with the black coupons, you have your lunch outside. The ushers will take you. Those without coupons, we will take care of you, and you will know where you have your lunch. All right. Thank you. So let's step outside for the official opening, please. Please remember to take your property with you. Your bags, your phones. Bags, phones. Let's meet outside for the official opening. Let's meet outside for the opening of the exhibition. Live here at the 43rd Annual General Meeting of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners at Sun Lodge Hotel, Tesano.
and yet this person is iron deficient. How can we diagnose that? So I say here that iron deficiency may be very severe despite the fact that you have a normal full blood count result. Why is that so? We'll look at some examples of that. So you manage patients who have a very long history of long-term menstrual cycles, or people with multiple pregnancies or multiple blood donations.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. Well, I'll say my relationship with the society goes back a very long way. I don't know if you remember the first iteration of Nationwide. It was a partnership with the society, with Vanguard Assurance. At the time, I was an officer at Vanguard Assurance, and I was, in the latter years, made responsible. One is enhancing outcomes through collaboration. Embracing innovation and technology. And addressing challenges of access and affordability. I'm going to break out of protocol and address what I believe to be real issues confronting both of us as an insurer and as service providers. So forgive me, I've put aside the speech that has been written for me. I was just speaking to Dr. Allah, and she was complaining to me that her bills have not been paid by Nationwide for some time. Yeah. And I think that is what I wanted to address coming here. Yeah. For the last, I'll say 3 years, we've experienced what the economists would term hyperinflation, in the sense that prices, which are primarily based on our exchange rate, have gone up significantly and very rapidly. Yeah. Now, as an insurer, we determine our premiums at the beginning of the year, and we factor in some level of inflation. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have fixed our premium and are not able to adjust it as the inflation evolves. Yeah. Interesting. So what happens is that as prices go up, drugs go up, your services go up, the quantum of premium that we have collected and budgeted for starts falling behind the cost of care. Yeah. Unfortunately for us, this happened successfully over 2 years. So at the end of the first year, there was a gap. At the beginning of the second year, we made a budget for that gap, and unfortunately, it also even went ahead of what we projected. And so instead of the gap shrinking, it widened. Yeah. The result is, and I'm trying to be candid so that we all get a solution that can work for both of us. The result is we are falling behind in terms of time on the payments that we make to providers. Yeah. Fortunately, I took over the management of the company in February this year. Unfortunately, the CEO passed away, so I had no choice but to come back to act as a CEO. And fortunately for us, over the past 5 months, it has taken me a bit of time, but I've been able to find the finances to bridge the gap. Yeah. From this month, August, we'll be coming around to your facilities and trying to discuss with you and negotiate a plan out of the situation that we find ourselves with. We appreciate that. We appreciate the impact that has on your business, and it's something that we are very concerned about fixing in the shortest possible time. Yeah. So, just to reassure you that we are aware of the problem. We have been working towards solving it. The grace of God, we have obtained the resources that would enable us to do so, and we'll be coming round to your facilities to negotiate with you on a one-on-one basis on exactly how we are able to come out of this situation to our mutual benefit. Yeah. On this note, I'll thank you for being our partners over this past 20 years, and encourage you to continue doing so, even though we are going through this, I'll describe as turbulent times. But I believe that we are at the end of it, and over the next few months, we'll begin to resolve these different issues that face us. Thank you very much for being our partners over the last 20 years.
But nationwide, don't go away. Stay around for the questions. Say with Sismis. I'm introducing the chairman for this afternoon session. He had his basic medical education at the School of Medical Sciences, KNUST. Then he did his master's in public health at the Hebrew University in Israel. He's a public health consultant for WHO, USAID, UNICEF, among others. He's a senior lecturer at the College of Health Sciences and CAF University. He is the CEO of St. Joe's Specialist Clinic, and he is the regional chairman of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners for the Central Region. With a round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Joseph Sumwa Ekuabwa as the chairman for this afternoon session. Today's lecture, or this afternoon's lecture, first lecture, will be delivered by Dr. Med Rebecca Akwa-Ahi. She is a senior lecturer and clinical coordinator for Family Health University College and Family Health Hospital. Her topic is incentive and motivation systems to retain health professionals in the private sector. This is going to be a very interesting topic. Open your ears wide and listen to her. Thank you very much. Doctor, you're welcome. Who had the so you can read from here.
The arrows.
The arrows here.
And I'm happy to be here to be part of this important AGM. because from this AGM, I know a lot of things are going to change, because the situation in which we are as a nation, something needs to change, and we are here. So the outline will be introduction, the current situation that we have in the country, the past strategies, current strategies, and then the way forward. So we know that Ghana has come a long way, towards developing a modern healthcare delivery system. It started some years back. We've had improved, effective drugs. We've had operated a very good public health system from 2003 all the way to 2021. But once again, we find ourselves in a situation where brain drain is hitting us very hard. Not long ago, we had this microeconomic crisis in the country, that is in 2022. And in 2023, because of the measures that were put in place, whether good or bad, had improved the economic situation in the country in 2023. However, there are certain economic indicators which is not auguring well for us, and also in the health sector. We still have high inflation rates. We still have high interest rates. We still have slow growth in our economic journey. And there is pressure on everybody, citizens, the public, and then the private finances. We can feel it in our pockets. And so we are all in it together. Their sustainability is also a problem. We also know that WHO mentioned in 2006 that we would need about 4 million health workers to bridge a gap in healthcare, including all others. And at that time, COVID was not there. Now, COVID came, it reduced the work health force from resignation and deaths. It left gaps in the health system globally, including Ghana. There have been disparity in packages, health incentive packages for staff, and then also funding, which is affecting all of us. In as much as there's underemployment, there is unemployment, and there is shortage. They are all existing together. Currently, until a week ago, we had about 75,000 unemployed nurses in the country. And the government has absorbed 15,000 recently, giving them appointments. The rest, what do they do? And what do we do to be able to help in the situation? Health Careers is an NGO which also did some research, and they also mentioned that by the year between 2021 and 2031, the health force needs to grow by 13%. Now let's look at the private health sector, the role that we play in all this. As a private sector, we play a positive role in the health sector. We fill gaps where the public system struggles to fill. We bring innovation that the government or the public sector cannot bring. We support the health system of the country. We are involved in the PPP system, that's the public-private system that we know that will help the nation. But whether it's working or not, that's a different thing altogether. But that is a system that should be in place to help all of us. It's been done in Brazil and Brazil. It has worked. So why is it not working in Ghana? It has to work. The private sector also contributes in achieving the universal health coverage for the nation. So the private sector plays a very, very important role. And we also know that our private facilities have a better maintenance culture than in public institutions. Okay. There's been a lot of work done on this by the International Midwives Association, by international health associations, by pharmaceutical federations, by world conferences. So this is a researched area, and all the information there can be tested and tried. Some have been tested and tried and proven, positive and then impactful. So we should be able to dialogue effectively with Ministry of Health and all other stakeholders and agencies. And once we do that, we will get results. Ministry of Education is lost completely in our conversations. But we have institutions, once training is concerned, then they are also stakeholders. The private health sector plays a very important role in healthcare delivery because we are a diverse group of health professionals that you can think of, in Ghana, just like globally. But in reality, they don't feel our strength and our presence in the delivery of the health system. We have both positive and negative impressions about the private health system. Some are positive, some are negative. They think something that we strip, just like we heard this, we strip the public health of staff or resources. But as we speak now, that is not the case. Because the moment the glut that is in the system or the unemployed are being employed by private health sector. A lot of facilities, private hospitals have employed them. But when the opportunity comes, when they are employed, they leave the private sector and go to the public sector. For a number of reasons, they leave. And so you have to go look for more staff. In Ghana, it's rather, like I said, it's depriving the private health sector of the health force that they have, employed to do the work. Internationally, there are funding agencies that help private hospitals. Do we have anything like that in Ghana? We don't, but they do. It exists. So it is something that Ghana also should do. And once they fund the private institutions, they have measures in place, oversight responsibilities, and then they make sure that you are delivering effective health care. So it's monitored, and those who are performing very well, they get more of the funds, to do it. And it's something that we really have to do. In Ghana, we have agencies which are helping the public sector, but the private sector does not benefit from these funds. And that also has to change. The healthcare, okay, I'll move on. We'll talk about that one. If you look at the facilities in Ghana on your slide, if you look at the managing authorities, apart from the government, CHAG institutions and private health facilities are rendering equal percentage of healthcare to the population. But the support that CHAG gets from the ministry or the government is nowhere near what private health institutions get, private practitioners, they get. The same goes for quasi-health institutions. Their percentage is even lower, 4%. But they get a lot of support. It's because they came together, formed a formidable group, and went to negotiate. It took them almost about 5 years of back and forth. But this time around, with the current executive, I know it's not going to take that long for that process to be done. So GACI, it took a long time, but they are now there. They are recognized by Ministry of Health. When they are doing their programs, they add GACI, that's Ghana Association of Quasi-Health Institutions. They add them. So very soon, I think private practitioners will also have their place properly in there. The Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners, we're told it started 1968. So it's quite, old. It has even given birth to sister organizations. But its members also keep growing. Currently, we have 275 members, seasoned members. And last year, in their communique at the AGM, the communique mentioned that we wanted to reduce the burden in procurement by engaging the government. Has that been done? And that is also very important that we do. We also said that nurses and doctors should be posted every year to private health institutions. Is that being done? No, that has not been done. Even when some private institutions have requested that their facilities be accredited and then given the quota. Some facilities had accreditation all right. They passed the accreditation, but the postings never happened. So it is something that the society should take up and make sure that it happens, because they are ready to help. But if you are not ready to support them, that is why we are in this system. So there are some who are ready to help with the issue at hand. Academic recognitions. We have seasoned members, hospitals, private practitioners who are into training. They have helped to train health professionals, but they have not been recognized until today. Today, at least, in the minister's speech, he recognized those organizations, and we are very grateful, and it's a step forward. We know that from today going, things will change, and that's what I'm happy about. I also know that the current executive, paid a visit to Ghana Health Services. So going forward, then the Ministry of Health as well, so that we can make progress, and other stakeholders. There is a private health policy in the Ministry of Health, but it hasn't been reviewed. So the executive has to take this up, have it reviewed and implemented, and that will help with the issue that we have currently in the country, the brain drain, which is ongoing. There's also the perception that private health facilities have no strength, have no power to negotiate. There are no groupings. We work in silos. Everybody each for us and God for us all. I think the time has also come for us to have those groupings. Once we pool our efforts together, then the strength and the power to negotiate will be realized. And then once we pool our wealth also together, then we are a force to reckon with. And therefore, when we speak, everybody will listen. There is a desk. Private health facilities are not an agency under the Ministry of Health. But there is a desk for private health facilities. And I don't think it is functioning very well. So, again, the executive can take it up and make sure that, it is functioning properly. So that status needs to change, because the contribution to universal health care in this country, 1/3 is being provided by private practitioners. So it's time to dialogue at the highest level, and they will listen. Because if you even look in this room, there's enough power here to do that negotiation. I'll give a few examples. In South Africa, they have this Mediclinic, they have healthcare, life healthcare, they have Netcare. These are conglomerates. They have hospitals all over, And they are so strong, and they are so, their negotiation skills with the government surpasses any other, health facilities that exist. So we can also do the same instead of going individually. If you look at Kaiser Permanente in the US, they are also a conglomerate of health facilities, and they are widely spread, and they are very, very efficient and effective. And then we have evidence to show, okay? In India, in Malawi, in Israel, they have all done it, and it worked. So it's time for Ghana also to make it work, because when we pull our resources together, there's strength, there's economies of scale that knows that he or she has a job security, and therefore, and the incentives that are in place are fair. So that one will draw health staff to the private health sector. There's a notion that the private health sector pays poorly. That's what they say, but it's not across board. Some are doing very well, but the impression is that majority don't pay well. But we know there are reasons why they can't pay. For instance, if the health insurance is not paying those who are giving the service, the private insurance are also having problems paying the provider. Then where will he or she or the institution get the money for the competitive salaries? So it's something that I'm happy that they found a solution, and then it will not be a problem. The Private Health Association of Ghana are also working with National Health Insurance to address that situation, so that when you give the services, you get the necessary revenues, so that we can also pay competitive prices, apart from the walk-ins and the cash and other things that we do. So we have the financial incentives and non-financial incentives. But that is not one size fits all. Not all facilities can do the same thing across. So every facility must look at what they have and then tailor it to the incentives that are available for them. And it must be done systematically. What are the other? We have a number of interrelated factors and that contributes to the ongoing shortage. What are they? Some facilities don't have enough resources, poor human resource planning and management, unsatisfactory work conditions, high turnover, meaning that there are too many patients in the hospitals, and so they get tired very easily. We have a growing population. There's lack of autonomy, poor supervision and support, long hours and burnout, which we know leads to poor judgment and then also poor care. There are some facilities that do not really take care of their facilities, so they are unsafe places for some of the staff, and so they move away to other facilities. Training and development. Is it well structured in our facilities? If it's not, we need to do it, because in some facilities, it's at discretion of the owner how much I should pay you. And so that brings disparity in the health force, and then they leave some facilities to others. So there's low salary, but then there's also high cost of living in the country as a whole. Accommodation is expensive, food is expensive, transportation and hospital costs. So what do we do as private health facilities? Can we negotiate with, let's say, real estate developers on behalf of our staff? Depending on the area, some are putting up houses in a community. So if the community is not far from our practice, we can negotiate with them for them to give us some of those flats or the houses that they are building at a rate that our staff can afford. So that when that is done, they have a peace of mind. They will not go and live far away from you, and then once they live there, in future they may move, but especially for the young ones who are joining us, we need to negotiate for their accommodation if we can. If we have a canteen in our facilities, they will not all leave at lunchtime to go and look for food. So if you can provide a canteen in your facility, you should provide the food in the facility. It helps. Transportation. If they all live in an enclave, or majority of them live in a certain enclave, then there can be an arrangement with a transport organization, a transport group, so that they move from that enclave to the hospital. That will reduce their transportation cost, reliability, and safety. So that is something that we can do. Hospital cost for the staff. What do? We are all to enroll our staff on NHIS, but we know it's not enough. The tariffs are low. Can we also help them to enroll on private health insurance? And then we only top up for what the NHIA and the private insurance cannot do for them. We will have to top up so that they can get health care. Because imagine you work in a facility and then when you have a headache, you have to go across somewhere to go and buy paracetamol. Of course, that staff will not be satisfied working in that facility. So we have 3 avenues. We will have to look at them so that we can help the staff to stay and retain them in our facilities. The needed supplies, if they are there, they help. If they are not there, they will lead to the shortage that we are talking about. And then also loans. The private health facilities can give their staffs soft loans. So if it is, all things being equal, if the interest rate at the bank is 10%, then you can give them not high loans, but according to the salaries that they take, so that they will be able to pay the loans. If it's 10% and you have a fund that you can draw from the fund for them, then maybe instead of 10, you do 5%. Because you have invested that fund, and then the fund is growing. And so that is what you use to be able to give them the loans. International and national migration of workers. We're saying that it's not only international, but internally. Can we do migration internally? Yes, we can. Because if we have large groups of private practitioners and we have facilities all across the country, then we can move staff from one area to the other. Or if the conditions in one facility is better than the other, we'll see that the staff will move, but it will be within the country. They won't go outside, and therefore the migration will be reduced. From private to public, from public to private, then it's within our jurisdiction, and then the attrition will reduce. The impact of COVID-19 and HIV, we know. Low motivation is also affecting the migration, and there's generally appetite for greener pasture. That is long-standing, but the rate has now increased, and we should bring it back, because no matter what we do, some people will leave. But currently, the people leaving are qualified, skilled ones, which we have to stop. So the incentives will give them the motivation to stay. All right. We'll give them the motivation to stay. The exodus, what has been done before now that worked? So in Ghana, in Malawi, because we know that the salaries erode, with time is eroded, they leave. I mentioned the high exchange rate. So the financial incentives, when we employ staff, do we all give them employment contracts? No. Some facilities don't give employment contract where all the incentives have been stated in it. So the person knows that if I stay here, I will get this, I'll get that, I'll be educated, I'll have this, and they will stay. But if there's no employment contract, then it's day to day. They don't know their fate, whether their salaries will improve or not, whether they will get accommodation allowance, whether they will get rent allowance, whether they get transport allowance. It's important that you put it on paper. So the contract will state it, and the person will feel that he or she has satisfactory job. So not all of them will leave. Some of them will stay. So the financial incentives that we need to put in place, they should be well structured. They should have clear objectives, realistic and deliverable. It depends on the target. If you say by the end of the year, I want to be able to see 10,000 patients, so you cascade it to all the staff. So they are working towards a goal. And once they achieve that goal and even higher, you should reward them. Once they are rewarded, they feel empowered to do more. So they should be empowered. And it should be fair, equitable, and transparent, so that all of them know what is in store for them. Pension, the reason why the salary is important is that it goes towards their pension. When they grow, they leave the organization and they are on pension. At least the pension should be able to make them, give them a decent life. But if the salary is low, then their pension will also be low. So we need to look at it. I've talked about insurance. We need to help with the insurance. There are 3 types that we can. If you can give the allowances, you do it. Paid leave, they must go on leave, and we should insist that the staffs go on leave. Some of them don't want to go on leave, and the same people will tell you they are tired and they cannot function. So when it's time for their leave, schedule it, let them go for leave. When they achieve their targets, put in reward and sanction systems so that those who are performing will be rewarded. Those who are not performing can be helped to perform. But if they are beyond redemption, then you have to sanction them so that they whip in line. When they work with us for a long time and they are leaving, do we just let them go? It's yes and no. Some will just let them go. But for long service awards, somebody who has served you for a very long time, 10 years, 15, 20, 30, at least when they are going, give them a token. And it is all in the conditions of service. They know that they will get something when they are going. Even if it's not written, just say long service award or whatever it is. And then when the time comes, you can decide. But the other organizations, they put it down in black and white. Fellowship and sponsorships. Private practitioners can also help. Now, if you sponsor somebody to go to school, then you have to bond the person. If you have the capacity to sponsor, please do sponsor them and you bond them. The bond should not be less than 3 years, depending on the amount of money you spend on the person. So there are various categories, staff categories, and then you have to do it that way. If they come back and they want, before they go, if they don't serve the bond, they have to pay amount of money you spend on them fully. So once they know that, so within for the next 5-6 years, I have a job, some of them will not leave. They will stay with us. So please, if you can sponsor some, do sponsor them. Scholarships. Scholarship Secretariat is spending foreign exchange to take students out to go and study. But the various institutions that are doing postgraduate, they are not sponsored. So Scholarship Secretariat, so the executive should also target Scholarship Secretariat so that the foreign exchange that is going at least can be channeled within, and we'll have more people training in the country, and then we'll retain some of them. sometimes when you send staff for training, apart from the knowledge that they go and acquire and come and add to what they are doing, they feel it's as if they are out of the workspace. So it's a form of incentive for them to go and relax small and come. So some of the training will be in-house, but once in a while, at least they should go out and come. They feel that motivates them. That is what they said. For private health facilities in our catchment areas, if there is any daycare which we can approach and negotiate for our staff, so that those who have kids that they come to work late, they have to leave early, we can negotiate. They bring their children, leave them in the child care centers close by, so that they can concentrate on the job. When they finish and they know that the children are safe, when they close, they pick their children and go. It's something that we can do. The same thing, if there are good schools around us, we should encourage them to bring their children to those schools, and then after work, close by, they pick their children and then go home. They all contribute to a satisfactory work environment. By saying all this, it's also not a magic bullet that once you've heard this, it means all problems are solved. No, it's not a magic bullet. It goes together with investments, with infrastructure of the facility. And we also need, as private practitioners, we have to contribute to building more facilities, health facilities. I know there's the Agenda 111 of the government. They are trying, but the government cannot do all. So we also need to expand and grow so that we can add more facilities to what we have currently. We also know that currently there's a lot of indiscipline in the system. Non-regard for the rule of law and injustices and all that. So we know that there's a lot, and the mindset of the citizens that if this thing does not belong to me, I don't take good care of it. But we really need a holistic mind change as a people. And these things, I think some of them should even start right from nursery and primary schools to inculcate that into the children that are coming, and we, the adults, ourselves need a mind change. It was mentioned that if it's possible and the staff can be made shareholders, or if not shareholders, something must be done so that they feel that they are a part of that institution, and so they will be able to take care of that institution. But we are not holding brief. If you are not part, it doesn't mean that you should not take care of whatever resources that you have been given. If you go to the private sector, they will say government. But who is government? We are all government. So if we don't see ourselves as government, then the problem will exist. But at least in the private health institutions, there's more discipline there, more punctuality, effective health care. There's a lot good things happening in the private facilities. How do we get it through the ministry or other agencies so that it will spread in the country? We also need to expand for people to see the difference between working in a private institution and working in a public institution so that they can learn from it. So there are examples. Malawi, they pooled funds, and by doing so, their salaries rose from 40 to 60% in 2006. Uganda and Cambodia, they instituted what they called adherence to internal rules. This is discipline. So once you put that as a measure, then they want the reward. So they will adhere to internal rules, procedures, and then policies. South Africa, there was something like the scarce skilled allowance. And that also improved salaries a lot. Then even in Ghana, the single spine, when it was done then, it also improved the basic salaries of health workers. And a lot of them, they stopped, going outside and were able to retain some of them because their social security will be higher. When they retire, they'll get more money. And the impact was positive. And we know what happened next. Kenya did the same. Southern Africa did the same. And the impact was felt. Even in Ghana, we felt the impact. There's another way we can do it. Students who are given loan and live in the country after their studies, they do not charge them interest on the loan. You pay only the loan. You don't pay the interest. So this one should be a national policy. But if you leave, then you pay with interest. And we should have a way to make sure that they pay with interest. So loan-free assistance to go to school, to have education. For the training that we are doing, they need support. Ghana Health Services, between 2007 and then 2011, the measures that were put in place, they contributed to the HR retention. People were not going. Training, they were doubling and tripling the products from our schools. High purchase of vehicles so that our young men and women will not be running against money to go and buy a car. So we had high purchase, and we ourselves as a people misappropriated it, and it stopped. One person should have one car, but you get one staff personnel having one car every year. They will go for the tax waiver for the sister, the friend, the uncle. Some will sell it. Why? If it had worked, it would have been there up till now. That when you finish school, you can take a car and pay in installment. So we can look at that. I'm not talking about free, but in installment. The tax waiver was taken away because it was abused. Can we bring it back and make sure it works for the people? Housing scheme. There are some people here who are older than us who went to school. After school, when they came, they were given houses, bungalows. So once you have accommodation, you just, all you do, go to work and come. Accommodation is not your problem. Now it's not the same, so we have to think about it differently. But housing is a problem. Continuous professional development was introduced, and it helped a lot of staff or the health personnel to improve on their knowledge and skills. And it also helped a lot to retain them in the country because they felt that they were improving in their career and then they were staying and allowances. The schools that were the training institutions helped to train a lot. And so they were not leaving. They stayed because they know that after 2-3 years, they can enroll in a postgraduate institution and then they will have a qualification. So the institutions are many. The physicians and surgeons, the nursing, the pharmacy, allied health, family health, NABITA, they all went into training, and that helped a lot. There was bringing those who were outside into the country, professionals. It was planned. You have interviews with them. So those of us who have colleagues or friends in the diaspora that would want to come home, it should be planned. The interviews are held. The package is given. They accept the package. We then facilitate their movements from abroad to Ghana. Once we facilitate that they come in, job is available, accommodation is available, transport is available, high purchase. A lot of them will stay. And at that time, it was done with Ministry of Health, International Organization for Migration, and it worked perfectly. And a lot of Ghanaians who were in the diaspora came home and they stayed. We also had staffing norms. Initially, it wasn't there. The staffing norms came, and it also helped to know how many staff to a patient, how many staff to an institution, and then that also helped. The distribution became a problem. Now that we have, when more staff, health staff were trained, there was a policy on distribution. Those who had to go to the hinterlands should have been given a different salary package. And then when you are there, your promotion is reduced. If promotion is 5 years, yours by 3 years, you are promoted. That also has fallen through the cracks. Can we bring it back as an incentive so that even those who go to the districts and the regions to work, some may not even want to come back because they are enjoying the salaries that they are getting there, and also they know that when they leave, somebody else will also, somebody is ready to go. So the moment somebody leaves, another person is ready to go. I've talked about the financing and the scholarship and the bond, that they need to be bonded so that at least they know they have a job, and you also know that you have a staff which will stay with you for a long time. The training institutions also became day institutions. You don't have to go to a boarding school. You don't have to travel from anywhere to another region to go to school. So there were a lot of day schools. Internship, when they finished the schools, the private health facilities, the notion is that we don't want to give them opportunities for internship. And that should also change. Look at your facility. Once it's accredited for internship, take the number that you can, but don't reject them outright, unlike the years before. So now look at it. If it's 1, you can take 1. If you can take 2, if you can take 10, then please, you take them, because at the end of it, some of them will remain with you, or they will remain in the country and they won't go anywhere. Because of technology, once they are in training, some of them don't even have to move anywhere. They will stay in that facility, work in that facility, and do long-distance education. The Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons are doing it. The Ghana College of Nursing and Midwifery are now doing it. And other universities are also doing it. But when it comes to health, you can't do, not all courses can be done online. You do your lectures, but when it gets to clinicals or practicals, you need to go to those institutions. Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons are complaining about overcrowding of students in facilities. So it means that the private health facilities will have to help in this situation. Some of them have volunteered, but they haven't had any feedback. So it's something that we all have to engage in. So going forward, what should we do? We are training, they are leaving. We need to train more. But we need to gain from the brains that we have sent out there. So there should be bilateral arrangements with the countries, just like we did for only one country, Barbados. But there are several countries where our staff are leaving to. So we have to have an arrangement with them. The arrangement that will benefit Ghana, will benefit that country, and in the long run, some of those who have left will come back because it's an arrangement. You should go for a number of years. When they go, some will return. But we shouldn't just let them go free of charge. You know, we have invested in them and we are not recouping our investments. So that needs to be done. Secondment to our private health facilities. It must be a policy that when a government or Ministry of Health is distributing housemen, nurses, pharmacists, allied health, private health institutions must have their quota. And once we have a body that is negotiating with them, that will happen, because it was done with GACI institutions. So GACI institutions now have secondments from the Ministry of Health. So it's possible and it can be done. So in terms of training, although we are training, the number of postgraduate training is very, very small. At the undergrad level, there are many. Like we heard, pharmacists, they can produce 1,000 in a year. But when it comes to postgraduates, the numbers are few. So if the private health association can come together and plan and help the institutions who are already training health professionals to expand or improve on the postgraduate training, it will help some of our members to stay. So it's not all financials, the salary, but there are other things that we can do for them to stay. If you look at the College of Physicians and Surgeons, this is the pharmaceutical society, the first one. They have only 179 fellows and then 76 members. That needs to improve. The Ghana College of Nursing and Midwifery, the associate members are 647, members 453, but they need even tutors. They need tutors because their skilled staff are leaving. So who are going to teach the postgraduates? So institutions, private institutions that are doing postgraduates must expand and must be supported to do it. I put here the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. That's the total number that is being produced. It's woefully inadequate, but it's better than if we didn't have the college. So the gain, they will gain in the pension if we do what we have enumerated. The compulsory retirement age, national policy should change from 60 to 65. Private practitioners are absorbing most of the retirees, and they are not even being recognized for that effort. That is retention and brain gain. So it should be moved from 60 to 65 so that if some leave, some will remain. So that should be one of the agenda for the association. The appointment, when anybody reaches the age of 60, you need to give that person a letter of appointment so the person knows that he's not just walking about, but officially engaged. So you need to give them appointment letters that you've reached the age of 60, but you've been given a contract to continue working. And so for health, we should continue working until we drop. Because whilst we are there, somebody came and he said they've gone to a hospital, they didn't see any senior doctor. Because now we are few. Most of our colleagues are in the diaspora. And so we have to mentor the young ones. We need to teach them. We need to pass on the skills. So when they come and work, we should find time to talk to them, to correct them, to teach them whatever we know, so that they will also grow and acquire those skills that we have acquired. So we need to engage them more and more when they come and work, for us. But the retirees must be maintained, because right now we are in a critical situation. So if there are people who are not working, even though there is a glut there, you cannot absorb all of them, but there must be a balance. So the retirees must also contribute now that we have high attrition going on. Or if there's one in your institution, then you give them appointments so that they can stay. If the young ones come and they see somebody is around 40, 50, and they know that when they reach the age of 60, it's possible that they can continue working, it's an incentive for that person to stay on and work for you. We've already mentioned the prompt payment from health insurance, from private insurance, and I'll also add that co-payment must be regularized. Pay, just like we just heard, they cannot pay the full cost-effective tariff, and therefore co-payment must be regularized so that we can continue the effective and quality healthcare services that we are providing. Korle Bu introduced intramural, where it's like using the facility to work, and then you get some amount of money for doing the intramural, seeing the private patients in-house. I don't know how it's going, but it's retaining a lot of doctors in Korle Bu, because some years ago, the doctor would then have to take you to his or her private hospital, and by a certain time, you won't find any doctor on campus. And that is why they did that. So that has to be monitored, that has to be assessed, and see the advantages and the disadvantages. Of course, there are advantages and the disadvantages. Streamline it so that they can be upscaled. Now, in our own institutions, in every institution, we should also look at whether there's an opportunity for extra job or for locums within our facilities, so that they don't close early and run to another facility to go and do locum. So if it's possible in your organization, then you should look at that. I'm almost done. So I've talked about the co-payments and then the collaboration with Ministry of Health, and then the policies that needs to be put in place. The quota for private health facilities, secondment to private health facilities, and open it, because any moment they open the portal, then there's this wave of staffs, especially the nurses and the doctors. So that also needs to be looked at so that they can stay wherever they have been employed. There can be a negotiation and then to regularize their stay in that hospital. Telemedicine is now available. We don't have to physically be present. We can do telemedicine in the service that we provide, and don't need to everybody rushing to the hospital for some of their cases. Currently, the College of Physicians and then the Nursing and Midwifery College are doing the long distance training as well. Now, at the recently held Ministry of Health, they had a mid-year review in April 2024. The private practitioners were not part of that meeting. They were only invited, but they should have been part of that process. So next time, please, we have to make sure that we are there as participants, not just to go and listen to them and come back. So that needs to be done. Ministry of Health is trying to establish a health database. Of course, we, the private practitioners, must be included because they need our data to add to the public data to make the national data. So we have a role to play there. I talked about overcrowding in training centers. We have a role to play there. Medical and Dental Council. They said one of their mandates is to help associations in their negotiations. Has that happened? They've gone round, or they now go around, monitor facilities, accredit or remove accreditation. And that they have done because some institutions came up and the training was not being done, the way it should. It wasn't effective. So those institutions, the accreditation was denied. But those that the facilities were okay, they were, asked to continue. And then some private, universities as well. Yes, I remember this one. Forward. The accredited facilities. Yes. Yes, Medical and Dental Council. They are responsible for posting house officers. So, and then intern PAs. So it's not just house officers, intern PAs as well. So then we have to have a quota. Allied health, we need to have a quota. Pharmacy council, we need to have a quota. So hospitals who are ready and prepared must have the numbers that they request for. And that can be done through Medical and Dental Council as well. Some facilities, the accreditation has been taken off. New ones have been added so that the training can go on. And they are also supposed to mediate between associations. So they are there, we need to engage them. And they have to meet leadership and then advocate for associations. So whatever plans we put in place, we should involve Medical and Dental Council, our regulator, so that they can also talk for us. Pharmacy Council, they should be our collaborators. At the meeting, Pharmacy Council, they were interested in to develop career development for pharmacists in private sector. And who are the private sector? We are the private health sector. So we have a role to play there. So we need to negotiate with them. Because the strategies that were in that report, it did not include private health associations, and it did not also include dental GACI as well. So private health associations, just like ours, we provide leadership. We are accountable. A lot are selfless, but the selfish ones amongst them, we should be able to pick them up and streamline them so that they will not point fingers at all private health facilities. There are some facilities which need help, and so the association should look at that so that they provide quality care and also do the right things. You have a facility where there's one doctor, one nurse, and then one lab personnel. The nurse works 24 hours. So when the doctor is not there, the nurse acts as a nurse and a doctor. And when she asked for increment or some remuneration, it was denied. So such a person will leave your institution. If you are even overusing that person, make sure that her efforts are rewarded in a way that she will not leave. But that is also not good. You cannot use a staff for 24 hours. There was an institution where when the PA doesn't come, it is the hack who sees patients, health assistant who sees patients. So please, we need to also put our house in order. In the Ministry of Health, there's Health Sector Development Plan. Private Health Association must make sure that we are part of the review of that plan. There's also the Health Sector Annual Program of Work. They just reviewed the 2022 one in 2023. We were not there. 2018, at the Health Summit, the goal was achieving universal health coverage, and the private health facilities and the public, their roles. But the problem that the minister said was implementation is a problem for the nation. We've gone through so many years. I think now implementation should become our daily bread so that we can get results. There's a health summit coming, 2024, very soon. Is the private health facilities or the association, are we represented? Are we in there? Are they going to hear from us? are we going to make a difference? Are we going to make our voices heard at the summit? I think we should. We have the men and the women. We have the facilities. We have the passion. We have the wisdom. We have the experience. We have the ability. We have the influence, all towards the universal health coverage, national development, and also retaining our health staff. It will reduce the attrition or the migration for greener pastures. Although the exchange rate is a pull factor, but there are other non-financial incentives and a lot of things that we can do to retain them. Those who have gone, we can also bring some of them back. And those who are not coming back, as they go, we need to benefit from the training that we have given them. And together, once we go through all this, document and implement it, I think we'll be able to reduce the attrition, reduce the brain drain, and also gain from the training that we have given them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is, as I told you, it was going to be very interesting. And it is. This is a document that we need to keep. So, madam, you will like a copy of that presentation, the slides, so you can study it and use it for our future purposes. Thank you very much. She went beyond the topic. She gave it all. Give another round of applause. And I'm sure when the question times come, there will be a lot of questions for her. But she is well prepared to answer any questions that you can throw at her. Now, after such a presentation, you need to rest a little bit. So you call on LATAP to come and give us a promotional presentation. LATAP. You can stand here and speak, and I can use
Hi, good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long day, but I promise I'm going to make it very brief. My name is Peggy Sanwo from Leta Pharmaceuticals Limited, and I think most of you know who we are, and if you don't, I know that we give out a very nice bag filled with a lot of goodies, and so by the time you open it and you are wowed and amazed, you would understand that we are one of the best and leading manufacturers of essential medicines in Ghana. Okay, I'm waiting for my slides. All right. So since I'm still waiting and I'm not just going to waste your time, I would run into some of the things that I'll be talking to you about today. Now, we have a wide range of medicines, and so when you go to our stand, you see that we have a very long table, and we have specifically arranged all the essential medicines that we do manufacture here in Ghana. And so I just want to ask everybody here, who has ever tried or prescribed any of LATAP's drugs? Oh my goodness. Everybody, I like that, see? Thank you. So everybody makes my job very, very easy. And so you know that one of the best ways to actually have return on investments for your facility is signing up to having LATAP as your primary distributor for essential medicines, because our products are very quality and our prices, I always say, is very, very quality as well. Because you're getting good pricing, quality medicines, you are promoting and enhancing effective practice of healthcare, and you're making lots of money as well. So if you are not part of the everybody, I hope that by the end of today, you'll be part of the everybody so that you could also benefit from LETAP. Do I have to keep talking? Okay, just a minute. Oh. So as part of being the essential and leading manufacturers here in Ghana, one of the latest awards we have won over the years is becoming the pharmaceutical company or manufacturer company of the year. So every time you are prescribing or you are actually looking to stock up your facility or prescribing a medication for a particular ailment or disease, I promise you that we do have medicine for it. And if you're not too sure, please always give us a call and find out, do you have medicine for XYZ? And if we don't, we would have our scientists on board and we'll make sure that we create and we actually design the best medicine to cater for your particular needs. So we have medicines including analgesics, antibiotics, antimalarials, all the way through anti-anxiety injections, surgical and infusions as well. Our list of medicine. Today, I am going to talk to you about one of our amazing and innovative products, Folaron Zinc. I was very happy that one of the presentations talked about hematopoiesis, erythrocytes from the generation of red blood cells and how it works. Now, after using that machine to determine your full blood count and you realize that the patient is actually suffering from iron deficiency anemia, I am telling you that one of the best ways to treat it is with Folaron Zinc. Now, one thing that we have to also be cognizant of, which I know you're already aware, is that every time you see a group of people in their tens, in their hundreds, I bet you that out of the 10, you have about 2 people suffering from iron deficiency anemia. And that is because studies have proven that out of about bunch or in 10, you are getting high amounts of people suffering from iron deficiency anemia. And it affects 66% of children under 5 and 42% of women of reproductive age. And so this has high rates of anemia contributing to morbidity, mortality among infants, young children, and women. So this is something of greater concern here in Ghana, and not just Ghana, but globally. So I would love to walk you through a study that was conducted in 2021, the prevalence of anemia and iron deficiency among pregnant women. So the objective of the study was to determine the prevalence of anemia and iron deficiency across pregnancy in the central region. Now, the results said that prevalence of anemia, which is HB less than 11, was 57%, 63%, 68% in the first, second, and third trimester, respectively. Now, the conclusion was that iron deficiency is very prevalent among women, especially pregnant women. And so right from the first trimester to the second trimester to the third, it is important to incorporate iron supplementation as a way to really curb and as a way to manage this disease or infection. So the WHO is recommending that daily iron supplementation is very essential for that effect. So now let's look at Folaron Zinc. If you open the bag that you got from us, we have Folaron Zinc in there. I see somebody taking a picture. Please make sure you remember this because you would always go back to it when you have people coming back to your facility or people asking you for it. So Folaron Zinc, basically, just as the name implies, is folic acid. It has zinc, and it has high rates of vitamin B12. So now folic acid, of course, we know supports red blood cells formulation. It safeguards baby's neural tube development, and it has ferrous folate. So this particular ferrous salt is better. It has high bioavailability, which is 95% relative to the other ferrous salts, which you probably know in other drugs or medications. And so ferrous folate here is very, very good and absorbs faster than some of the other. very good. Okay, so it combats anemia and fatigue, vitality, and supports baby's growth. Vitamin B12. It has synergistic effects with folic acid to support healthy development of the baby neural tube, brain, and nervous system. It also prevents anemia and boosts red blood cells formation to increase energy levels. Vitamin C, which we already know and very much aware of, has, it helps with immune boosting, and it also enhances iron absorption. Zinc supports healthy immune systems, growth of cells, and healing damaged tissues, as well as reducing incidence of severity of bacterial infection. So now let's see. The pattern you got today has a 30-pack of Folaron zinc. So every time you pop a capsule, you are actually getting 300 milligrams of ferrous. You are getting 5 milligrams of folic acid, 10 micrograms of vitamin B12, 100 milligrams of vitamin C, and 11 milligrams of zinc. Now, we know that antenatal is very important here in Ghana because of what we're trying to achieve: zero morbidity, zero maternal death. And so one of the best ways to ensure that our mothers or our pregnant patients are getting enough supply of blood is to ensure that we are giving them Folaron zinc. And Folaron zinc is going to support a healthy pregnancy, increase red blood cell production, reduce and treat symptoms of anemia, increase energy level, help with growth and development during pregnancy. It's not just good for pregnant women, it's good for anybody looking to increase their HB levels as well. And so we have it in the 30-day capsules, and we have the 10 capsules as well, and we have the syrup. Now, after taking Folaron zinc, the best thing that you know is going to happen to you is vitality and energy. And we know that once you go home, or once that mother goes home, that father goes home, the first thing they want to do is to have a good nap. We don't want any fuzzy baby. We don't want babies crying and disturbing the night. And so we came up with a best formulation for treating infantile colic in children. Now we know that infantile colic is benign and it's actually self-limiting, but it could be very, very depressing when you have a baby crying uncontrollably. And so we have the Letap Sprite water. Amazing formulation. It has still water, it has sodium bicarbonate, it has ginger tincture, and the dosage is there. And so from babies 1 to 6 months old could be on Letap Sprite water. So is our multivitamin supplement. It's a rainy season, and we know that here in Ghana, our immunity could be very low, especially this time of the year. And so one way to go about it is boosting your immunity or helping your kids stay healthy. Prescribing this to your patients when they come in with multivitamin supplement. It has vitamin C, B12, B1, C, B3, B2, and B6. And cough and cold. Every time you walk to your OPD, you get the boo-hoo, you get people coughing and sneezing. Here I am to introduce you to our childcare collection. We have the cough and cold mixture. It has pseudoephedrine, which we know has a phosphatomimetic drug, which is very good for decongestant. We have the chloramphenicramine, which is very good antihistamine, and also have the dextromethamphetamine, which is very, very good for clearing out chest coughs and everything. So we have 50 milligram, 1 milligram, 5 milligram, and this is the dosing. And this is for day, and this right here is for the night. And so every time you have people coming in with diverse ailments, I did tell you that we have medicine for it. And so we have our list in the back that we gave, and you can go through it. It's exhaustive, but if you have any questions, you could always give us a call and find out if indeed you have the right drug for your facility. Thank you so much. My name is Peggy Sorry.
Now you call on Novartis.
So this is for work backwards. You can read from here. You got the English speaking.
Thank you. The slides. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Oduko Evangeline. I'm a pediatrician, and I'm here to talk to us about malaria briefly.
malaria in pediatrics. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and in the next 10-15 minutes, we should be done with this. I know everyone here is already out and tired. So, yes, malaria in pediatrics. Ghana is a region where malaria is endemic, so most often than not, when a child feels warm or when a child has a fever, everybody presumes it's malaria. So in the few minutes that I have, I'll just give you an overview, diagnosis and management of malaria in pediatrics, and then we'll briefly look at differential diagnosis for a febrile child with negative RDT or microscopy. So like I said earlier, Ghana is endemic for malaria. And then we know that it's a disease that is caused by a protozoan parasite, Plasmodium. It's transmitted from the bite of an infective female Anopheles mosquito. From the data that I have there, you'd see that in 2021, we had an estimated 247 million cases with about 619,000 deaths from malaria. And the World Health Organization, African region, which Ghana is also a part of, accounted for about 95% of the cases of malaria and 96% of the global deaths. That was in 2022. The slide I have next is showing us the malaria parasite prevalence in under 5s. If you look through these maps, you'd realize that from 2011 to 2022, it gets paler as the number of the years increases. So we've done a lot of work as a country to reduce the burden of malaria, and you can see nicely that in 2022, the prevalence of the parasite has really come down. So we are doing very well as a country. So overview, infection in human is actually attributed to this 5 species of the parasite, with falciparum accounting for about 97.4% of this infection in Ghana. There are 3 main modes of transmission we all know from the mosquitoes. Rarely you can get it from blood transfusion, from transplant or needle stick injury. Peculiar to pediatrics, we have congenital transmission, where a mother actually transmits this infection to her baby. And with every disease, we know there are particular ways that the body would respond to an infection. So with malaria, when you get the bite from the mosquito, there are several stages of maturation that would go on in the liver, in the blood. But it's important to note that most of the clinical signs and symptoms that you will get actually coincides with the blood cell stage maturation. So the fever, the chills, the sweating you get from malaria actually happens when this maturation has gone on in the red blood cell, and the cell membrane gives way and pushes out this parasite into the blood cells. And then there's an inflammatory storm where the body reacts and gives you all the classical symptoms that you have for malaria. Now, in severe cases of malaria, what happens is that this infected red blood cells actually can cause obstruction to your vessels, so capillaries and post-capillary venules. And then when this happens in particular organ systems, you get the signs and the symptoms of the severity, and that is how we come down with severe malaria and all the complications that comes with it. So classification, basically in 2 forms, the uncomplicated malaria, and then you have your severe malaria. What's common to these 2 classifications is fever, and then the fact that you need a positive malaria diagnostic test to come to this conclusion. What differs is just that in severe malaria, you have signs or evidence of vital organ dysfunction. So what are your presenting symptoms? In pediatric, what is peculiar? Some of these children will come with non-specific symptoms. Some of them will come with the day-by-day symptoms that we know for malaria, as you've seen on the slide. Remember, we said fever is very common to these 2 classifications. So some of them will come with body aches, headaches, vomiting, abdominal pain, cough. Non-constitutional symptoms. For neonates, they can even come with poor feeding or being unable to feed. So these are some of the signs and symptoms that you get. Then for very severe disease, if you see a child who has come in unable to drink, vomiting up everything he or she takes in, a child is actively convulsing or very lethargic or even comatose, you should know that with a very severe form of the disease. Now, like I said, in severe malaria, you have signs of end organ dysfunction. So some of the signs or symptoms that you get with end organ dysfunction, as I have displayed on this slide, depending on the system that is involved. If it's the brain, you would have convulsions, you would have confusion. If it's the heart, the child may come in shock. If it's the liver, you can have a jaundiced child. If it's the kidney, the child could come in acute kidney injury. And severe anemia, bleeding tendencies. These are some of the symptoms that you would pick up when you have vital organ dysfunction. Now, after your history, looking at the signs and symptoms this child has come in, you have to make a diagnosis. And remember with the criteria I mentioned that you need to have a positive diagnostic test. So we do microscopy or your malaria rapid diagnostic test. And microscopy is our gold standard, which I know that a lot of your facilities would offer. And you can use either of these modalities to confirm the diagnosis. Aside your RDT and your microscopy, there are other investigations that you can do for malaria, but this would depend on the case that you are seeing. I mean, you don't need to do imaging study for a child who has just come in with a cough, a cold, and a fever, and you are thinking malaria. You won't waste that amount of money doing an imaging study. But if the child has come in comatose and you think you need an imaging study, definitely you go ahead to do that. So all of these investigations that I have listed here may depend on the child that you are assessing. So food blood count, your clotting profile when you have bleeding abnormalities, a urinary and CS, because sometimes when they come in with severe malaria, you really need to rule out the fact that this child may have sepsis also going on. So some of the laboratory features of the severe disease or vital organ dysfunction that you may get. So from your full blood count, you may get a picture of severe anemia, which is usually less than 5 grams per DL in children that are less than 12. And above 12, you have a HB less than 7. And then you know you are dealing with severe anemia. And then hypoglycemia, if you have blood sugar or random blood sugar less than 3, you know that, yes, my patient has hypoglycemia. Acute kidney injury, you need to look at your parameters, see how they are rising from the baseline that the child has. And this will help you to assess if this child has gotten an AKI. So still on the laboratory features, you can have, of severe disease, you can have metabolic acidosis, you can have pulmonary edema, which you can confirm with your chest x-ray as well. Some of them will come in with passage of dark urine. So when you do a urine dipstick, you get positive hemoglobin in urine, or visibly see that the child is passing dark urine. So principles of medical management. So as you can see nicely displayed on the slide, you need to make early diagnosis and then treat. So once you suspect that a child has signs and symptoms of malaria, remembering that we are in an endemic region, you should treat and then offer treatment as quickly as possible. Because if you don't do that, in children, there's a likelihood for them to move from the uncomplicated form of the disease quickly into the severe form of the disease. So it's very important that we act fast as healthcare givers. And then rational use of your quality-assured anti-malarial medicines. We'll have a whole range of anti-malaria medicines on the market. So it's important that you use these molecules, but use them when you actually need them. We have them in forms of our artemisinin-based combination therapy, and you see there that it's meant to be appropriate weight-based dosing. So based on the weight of the child, you dose to make sure you meet the required dosing for the child. And also, these children don't only come with the malaria positive, they have other symptoms. So you need to offer supportive care. If it's a child who is severely anemic, you may have to give supplemental oxygen. If it's a child who's been vomiting and dehydrated, you may have to cautiously hydrate this patient. If it's a child who is bleeding, you may have to give some blood products to help curtail bleeding. And then you monitor this patient actively. Remember I said in the pediatric age group, it is so easy for a child to move from an uncomplicated form of the disease to a very severe form of the disease. So monitoring is key. And then counseling. We are in an endemic region. Counseling, especially on preventive therapy or preventive measures, is an important aspect of giving care to children with malaria. And then prompt and appropriate referral, especially when you don't have the facilities to manage the severe cases. You refer them as quickly as possible. So for uncomplicated malaria, we have our first-line treatment options. As you can see there are artesunates, amodiaquine, artemether lumefantrine, and a new molecule that has been added, which is the artesunate pyronidine. And then we have our second-line options as well. That's the dihydroartemisinin piperaquine that has been added. And then for treatment of severe malaria is actually a medical emergency, especially in the pediatric age group. So you need to pay key attention to signs that may take the life of the child away quickly. So your ABC of resuscitation suffices for severe malaria. So you check airway, breathing, circulation, make sure you attend to things that would kill that child before you even get your anti-malaria to give. You give your anti-malaria supportive care, counseling, follow-up, and referral, as we already discussed in the slides before. And for severe malaria, treatment must be in a hospital. It shouldn't be done at home. And for treatment for severe malaria, you need to give parenteral anti-malaria. This is given for 24-hour period, depending on the brand which you are using. If you are doing IV artesunate, you are doing IM artemether, whichever one you are using. Per the producer's or the manufacturer's description, you go by their dosing and then their frequency. But typically, I know a lot of us do IV artesunate, so you do at 0 hour, 12, and 24 hours. But for a child who is not able to tolerate orally, even at the end of the 24th hour, that's your third dose, you are allowed to continue daily, a daily dose of your IV artesunate for a maximum of 7 days. Within that period, you're expecting that the child should have recovered from whatever parasites or whatever it is that has kept he or she down without being able to tolerate orally. But by the end of 7 days, if the child is definitely not getting better, you should look for other causes of the problem. So I just have here doses of our IV artesunate, IM artemether, some of our first-line oral artemisinin-based combination therapy, and of course our second line. You have the dosing, you have the frequency, and the duration of treatment. And you can see where I've asterisked nicely for duration of IV artesunate and IM artemether. You can go a maximum of 7 days daily dose, even if the child is still not tolerating orally. And then after your IV IM treatment, it's important for us to note that the child should have a 3-day course of the oral ACTs to complete malaria treatment. There's something called treatment failure, which can actually happen as a result of recrudescence or actual treatment failure. Actual treatment failure will mean that probably there's been resistance to the anti-malarial molecules, but recrudescence could happen because this child is not able to take down your medication, or for some reasons, this child is not being exposed to adequate amount of your anti-malarial molecule. The child is vomiting up, you are giving substandard medications, your dosing frequency is not correct, you can actually land yourself in treatment failure. And when that happens, you need to confirm this with microscopy. And when you've confirmed, the management is either you give an alternate first line, you can go up to the second line, or if it is treatment failure for severe malaria, you can add on IV quinine to the treatment modality. These are the common complications of severe malaria. I'm sure a lot of us are abreast with it. Hypoglycemia, severe anemia, I mentioned it in a couple previous slides before. You should look out for them and address them, because this could actually kill a child. Previous slide, I wanted to lay emphasis on the fact that if a child comes in shock with severe malaria, you should always think sepsis. And it's important when you think sepsis or when they have severe malaria, you add an adjunct of antibiotics. Most of the time, we want to do a third-generation cephalosporin, because if you do not address that, it will complicate your issue, and then the length of stay in the hospital will be very long. We have options for chemoprophylaxis in non-immune persons for pediatrics. And you can see mefloquine, doxycycline, and then a combination tablet of atovaquone and proguanil are used for non-immune persons. The doses for pediatric is nicely stated there. You can always have a look at the manufacturer's leaflets to get abreast with how to dose. What are the key changes in treatment for malaria in pediatrics? Peculiar to pediatrics, it's just the expansion of our first line with the addition of the artesunate spironolidine. Mimics, differential diagnosis. You have a child who has come in with a temperature, RDT is negative, microscopy is negative. These are a host of differentials. I have a very tall list, but it's not even exhaustive. So don't always think that fever is malaria. Look elsewhere and make sure you offer appropriate treatment. Our role as health workers. We shouldn't presume malaria in as much as we live in an endemic nation. The policy from WHO is the 3T policy. You should test, treat, and track your patients. So all cases of fever, I'm mentioning again, it's not malaria. Kindly test RDT microscopy and then give appropriate medication. And when your test is negative, a lot of health workers are faced with this dilemma. When your RDT test, when you know that this is malaria that I'm dealing with, and you send for your BF or MPs, you send for your RDT, and they come back negative. Sometimes you go on and say that the person who's done the lab doesn't know what he or she is doing, or the kit that has been used is expired or not. Please let us be a little patient and learn to look elsewhere, especially for the pediatric age group. If it is severe malaria, and you have a strong suspicion that this is severe malaria, you can go ahead and start your parenteral anti-malarials. And then you have the luxury of repeating your BF for MPs for a 24-hour period, 12 hours apart. By the time you've done 3 series of your BF or your microscopy and they all come back negative, it is definitely not malaria that you are dealing with. So you need to look elsewhere. These are some of the interventions that we have in Ghana going on. ITNs, we know about them. SMCs going up in the high bedding areas in the north. What are my take-home points? I want every one of us here to leave with the WHO policy to test, to treat, and track pediatric patients with malaria, stop unnecessary use of our anti-malarial agents, look out for complications and treat them to reduce mortality, and actively look out for other causes of illness when it is not malaria. And join the team to eliminate malaria in Ghana. Ghana has moved from control to elimination, and I think with collaboration from the private sector, we can achieve all of that. These are my references. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Novartis. Our next speaker is the guy who helped Ghana avoid COVID. He was deeply involved in the management of COVID. He's a health expert, a pandemic expert, an adjunct lecturer at the Pentecost University. His topic, building infrastructure and financial capacity to promote private practice. Please, let's welcome Dr. Ernest Essiedu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. No. Hello. Unfortunately, the time time is not a very good time, so I hope that we can. I'm actually on the agenda, so please have mercy on me. Because before I came, people were complaining. Yeah, so we will be looking at building infrastructure and financial capacity to promote private practice. And as he mentioned, I used to be the former head of quality management unit, but the ministry also currently is represented at the National Center for Coordination of Early Warning and Response Mechanism. It is not for health, it is for human security. So the representation of the ministry there is what I do. So the presentation outline will look at what we are seeing. So generally, I'll be looking at the context from global to regional and then into Ghana, and then we'll talk about some of the things that Ghana is doing and how the private sector fits into it. And most of the presentations, when the president was presenting his speech, he talked about a number of things that the private sector is doing strongly in Ghana. Especially in the direction of medical tourism. So I'm not going to belabor that. And when Dr. Akwahin also presented, he delved a bit deep into some of the issues. So I would not bother us too much on some of these things. But at least clearly we know that whatever Ghana is doing fits into a certain global picture, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. We are also fitting into the universal health coverage, though we know that many years ago in the 1978, when we had the Minamata. We also had the Astana Declaration on primary health care the last few years. And then we are also fitting ourselves into the universal health coverage, which Ghana has developed a roadmap to bring us there. So within the regional picture, the African Union has a vision, which is 2063, as far as health is concerned. And we are all tapping into it, and Ghana is thriving in that one. So this is the Africa that we want. And I'm sure clearly when we get into Ghana, that's something that we're also looking at. Then we also have the African Health Strategy, the 2016 to 2030. Because the UHC is in the direction of 2030, most of the interventions currently are heading to 2030. We also had our own Accra Declaration on the Universal Health Coverage 2022. The World Vision is also 2030. And then there are so many other things. But again, within the region, the countries that have dedicated themselves to medical tourism, of course, Ghana is also within the sub-region, serves Nigeria, serves Liberia, countries like Sierra Leone, Gambia, they all come for medical services in Ghana. But generally, the 5 top countries in Africa, Morocco, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya, are top medical tourism institutions. So we will zoom into Ghana and look at why health in itself, it's a responsibility of the state, and that each one of us has a responsibility, because the 1992 Constitution, talks about health being a right for the people. We also have the National Security Strategy 2020 that also highlights health as a major national security importance, and for which anything that threatens health also threatens the national security. We have the National Medium-Term Development Plan. I think Dr. Akwahi mentioned it. I will talk a bit about that. We also have the Coordinated Program of Economic and Social Development Policies, the Long-Term National Development Perspective Framework for Ghana, which is also looking at 2057. Then we also have the Universal Health Coverage Roadmap, which fits into the National Health Policy, and ultimately the Health Sector Medium-Term Development Plan. This is done every 4 years, and I would like to mention that the private sector has been very instrumental whenever we are developing some of these strategies. But I'll mention that because of a bit of fragmentation, a group may be there, another group might not be there. And if you recall that the society is very old, the society has been recognized very well by the Ministry of Health, and also sits on the health sector, the high-level meeting that the minister chairs within the ministry. Unfortunately, because the private sector is very fragmented, one group may be there, the other groups might not be there. So it's a little bit sad that most of the discussions or decisions, or almost every policy that is developed within the Ministry of Health, there will be some private sector people as part of it, but because they might not represent a particular group, their members might not know that they were represented. And I think that by the time I finish the presentation, we will see that the private sector is fully recognized by the health sector and has to push so that we can all work together in that direction. So this is the 1992 Constitution. This part, the Article 34.2, specifically enjoins, which is the directive principle of state policy, which among others requires the state to ensure the realization of the right to health, or good health, or right to health for all people who are living in Ghana. It's not just Ghanaians, but anybody who comes into the country. And again, the National Security Strategy is very important as far as this is concerned. So that's the mandate for the country itself. Again, when you zoom into the Ministry of Health, also as a Civil Service Act 1993, we will also see that, one, we initiate and then also develop policies. And all these policies that the ministry develops, again, I can confidently say that the private sector is involved. But again, the fragmentation makes it a bit challenging for us to see. The Human Resource Development and Management for Health, and Resource Mobilization and Allocation for Health. In fact, that resource mobilization unit in the ministry is headed by Dr. Maureen Mate. And I think, again, Dr. Akwahi talked about how the private sector unit has become a little bit dormant. We're reviewing that document, and in addition to that, we're looking at also a corporate responsibility policy or strategy for the ministry. And again, I want to admonish the president, and whilst we are working towards, mobilizing and pulling all the other private sector institutions together, we can push further for the ministry to finish this document that actually looks at a PPP approach within the health space. And again, set standards, monitor, and evaluate the services. All these are being operationalized with the ministry by specific implementing agencies and some other ministries, departments, and agencies, which are not necessarily for the health sector. So you notice that GACI, for example, is a myriad of all the other ministries, departments, or agencies that do not have health as their main mandate, 37 Military Hospital, Police Hospital, but it's fully recognized. I think she admitted she was the vice president, or even became the president or vice president at the time that she was at VRA. So, and we were having all the meetings in the ministry, fully recognized and all that. But I think we need to strengthen some of these partnerships so that the ministry, in any case, when you work in the public sector, overnight, you join the private sector. If you retire, the day you retire, the following day, you have joined the private sector. So I think it's important that we in the public sector now work closely with the private sector and put some structures in place. You know, the overturn is very drastic. And especially those who have power, when they retire and the power is taken away from them, they will be fighting back the ministry. But when they had the power, they never did anything, you know, in that direction. So we, seeing these things, would have to do something, work closely with the private sector to strengthen the other side of it so that even it's easier for us to move in and out and then to support whatever the health sector needs to do. Again, we are very aware that the vision and the mission of the health sector, this healthy population is not a private patient or a public patient. Again, if you look at the mission, the socioeconomic development, the development of the local health industry by promoting health and vitality through access to quality health for all people, not private people or public people, and ultimately by motivated personnel. And this is where we have that challenge that we need to also work closely. So these are a number of documents. If you, the soft copies are also available, and I can share, you know, with the leadership here so that we get ourselves, you know, into exactly what. Before I came to the ministry, I was working, but I didn't know the various policies that were guiding the way the health sector needs to go. I didn't even know the vision of the health sector, but I was working. I would see my patients doing the surgeries, doing everything that I needed to do. But now, with all these documents, it helps me to align my thinking that, oh, so I was not just working based on what I was taught, but I was also working in the direction of what the vision of the entire health sector, you know, was looking at. So these documents, a lot of them, as you can see, the private sector has played a role. If you look into the list, you will notice that we see our colleagues there, but maybe they might have seen themselves as individuals within the sector. Again, the tripod of the health service, if you see the IHI triple aim, it is looking at the health sector with three different legs. The first one is looking at the health of the population, which typically is looking at access. And access is looking at the geography in terms of location. It's looking at the package of services. Again, it's looking at the infrastructure, the human resource, equipment, and then also even the commodities that we use in providing the service. But without quality, we might not be able to achieve that triple aim that we are looking at. Again, access without quality is nothing. And so you look at the standards that the ministry is supposed to set, you see the policies, the standards, and guidelines. Then in terms of regulation, we are seeing infrastructure regulation by HEFRA. We are looking at health professional regulation by all the various cadres that we have, including the traditional and alternative medicine practice council in the country. We are looking at equipment and medical commodities, as well as even cosmetic regulation and all that, which is done by Food and Drugs Authority. And then the cost. Again, cost has always become the major challenge. And we know people have been saying that, but we know that in Ghana, there have been instances where cost, because they didn't have money, people might have had an untimely or some kind of preventable death. But again, we are looking at financial risk protection. This morning, the National Health Insurance Authority has been bashed a little bit, and to see how they can look at improving some of this. But again, almost all the tariffs that are developed, the private sector is part. I know that the board of the National Health Insurance Authority has representation of the private sector also sitting there. So I think that it's all about the collaboration and what we can do to sustain the system. But what I also know is that the private sector tariffs are a little bit on the high side. We do know that as Doctor mentioned, about 40 to 90% of maybe all the revenue that is realized in the institution may have to go for emoluments and payment of staff salaries. So this particular figure is a very important figure for me because the health system in Ghana is very pluralistic, and for us it's an advantage because it is not for only the public and not only for the private, and not only for orthodox medicine, but also for traditional medicine and alternative medicine that are also imported into the country. So you will notice that from this side, the Ghana health system, which is very pluralistic. But if you look at the Ministry of Health and its agencies, we've also arranged ourselves in a way that we have, service delivery and other support services, including the blood service, and then recently, introduced National Vaccine Institute. We also have the financing mechanisms that are in place with the National Health Insurance, private ones, and then also the out-of-pocket. We do have the training, the undergrad and also postgrad. I think Doctor has already talked a lot about that, so I'm not going to go to it. And then also the regulation, which I have also mentioned. But outside of all these things, we serve a population, or we serve some people, which is the community that we represent. So typically the civil society and the NGOs in health that have also been recognized by the ministry, although they are not fully together, they also have a few fragmentations here and there. But the ministry also recognizes the coalition of NGOs in health, and that they even give them resources to support them to provide some kind of service, and then also to listen to them. So clearly, if we are able to work together, very, very well, the private sector is a force to reckon with. We also see that generally about 50%, half of all people in Ghana, as this is the data that the ministry has collected, are seen within the private sector. So it is not like the private sector is just, maybe 10, 20%, but the private sector is almost at par, with the public sector in a way, except that sometimes the data being collected as it's supposed to. But if we are working together, especially at the local level, that is a very good opportunity for us to see. So we are saying that the private sector plays a significant role in supporting the government to achieve the universal health coverage. Without the private sector, completely we will not be able to do that. Even when the COVID came, I think the private sector was very strong at the beginning. People, high-end people, preferred to be in the private sector and all that. But the public institutions couldn't have done all these things. Again, as we have said, both rich and the poor, in the rural and urban settings, use, the service of the private sector. Self-financing providers, overall, are favored a bit as far as the NHI, the tariffs are concerned, but we do admit that if you have to use it to pay your staff, then, a chunk of the money is gone. But there is also an advantage there, because I recall that when the COVID struck us heavily, if you take a very high-end community like Ayawaso West, we do not have even one Ghana Health Service facility. Nyaho was the one that bought a vehicle for the District Health Directorate to even to go around, apart from the vehicle that maybe you can put your hands together, that the private sector, please put your hands together for, that the private sector was able to buy a vehicle for the public sector.
Weaken the immune system and also reduce the quality of life. Like if this occurs at least 3 nights in a week for 3 months or longer. We also have maintenance in highly effective, well-standardized active ingredient that promotes sleep and also restores your sleeping pattern. It doesn't only promote sleep, but then it restores your sleeping pattern. Camidomic gets you to sleep easily and wakes you up revived. You sleep through and up revived. You sleep through and through. That is true. That is, you do not oversleep, but then the duration for which you usually sleep That is what occurs. But then you wake up very revived. Revitalizing sleep that leads to revitalized health. Sleep actually is revitalized health. Sleep actually is a pillar. Let's look at the constituents or the active ingredients of Camidomi. We have Valeriana officinalis and then Melissa officinalis. We also have the Tilia. Dosage or posology. You take 1 to 2 Camidomi tablets per day to rebuild normal sleeping pattern in a natural way. We say it is a natural solution to your insomnia or your sleeping disorders. Oh, sorry. I have some 2 other products, innovative products that I want to share with you briefly. How many of us are familiar with Fosmo? Fosmo. How many of us are familiar with Fosmo? Yeah, that's an opportunity to expand again. Fosmo is a first-line antibiotic for uncomplicated urinary tract infection. It is given as a single dose. And it comes in 2 flavors. We have the orange flavor and then the ginger flavor. It is dissolved in about 200 ml of water and taken at bedtime. It is very effective against the stubborn pathogen, the E. coli. Very, very effective against it. The oral is on the market as we speak, or currently. The IV is very close to introduction. We have the product in our office, and then very soon we will introduce it. It comes with other indications. We also have Kumbufusive. Kumbufusive is also the first kind on our market. A combination of para and ibuprofen infusion. The first of its kind on our market. Very soon we'll have it on our market. So we urge you to be looking forward to it. Very soon we'll have it among us. I'm privileged to lead this particular discussion, and I know that we will expand. Thank you very much.
But Premier, don't go away. There will be questions, so stay around. Our next presentation will be coming from Tobinco.
All right, so good evening. Yes, so please, my name is Ferdinand Bosumpim. I'm a medical rep from Tobinco Pharmaceuticals.
Very sorry, this is unethical, but then I have to be. We have sample for each of you, sample of Camidomi for each of you, and a nice pen coming from Bavaria for each of you. So when the presentation finishes, we'll share it around. Thank you very much.
All right, so I would be as brief as possible because of the whole day you've been here, so let's quickly go to our overview. So basically, I'm here to talk about a healthy body and a functioning mind because that is what our company seeks to provide through this medication I'm here to talk to you about. So let's look at our B vitamins, just a recap. So B vitamins are basically water-soluble vitamins, and some of them cannot be stored in the body, so we have to be taking them frequently. They are synthesized by plants, yeast, and bacteria, but not by mammals. So now these are some benefits of having B vitamins in our body. Brain development throughout the gestation and infancy, cellular proliferation, where we can talk of the myelination and all of that. The cognitive function too, where we can say that the B vitamins actually help with our memory, attention, learning, effective learning and executive functions, as well as our neurodevelopment and psychiatric well-being. So, as we have the benefits, these are some of the, should I say, the downfalls of not having B vitamins in your system. Then again, these are not directly to say that if you don't have B vitamins in your system, exactly this is what you are going to be experiencing. But these can happen when you may not have some B vitamins in your system, as brain atrophy, neural damage, impaired brain development and psychomotor function, increased occurrence of neurodevelopmental and psychiatric conditions, epileptic conditions, cognitive decline, dementia, anemia in some cases, etc. So now, the problem, what is the problem? Why some people may not be taking these B vitamins? One, maybe because of financial constraints, because of where they are, maybe their B vitamins supplements that they are getting is quite expensive. The patient status, like pregnancy, lactation, as pregnant women, now we are taking things for 2. So you will need more B vitamins into the system, into your system. We have cases of HIV, is where some of the medications, like isoniazid, can cause, so isoniazid basically can cause peripheral neuropathy, yes, and HIV patients are normally known to get TB. So when they are getting the TB and they take isoniazid, you can get peripheral neuropathy because of the B6 deficiency. Intrinsic factor and age, because as we age, first as a child, when you are growing, you may need the B vitamins, and as you are going to the older age, you may also need these B vitamin supplements in your body to help you. So basically, this is the long and short of all the B vitamins I was talking about. So I present to you Neuromin Plus syrup. We have, it comes in a tablet and a syrup. So these are the strengths for the tablet. So the B1 is 9 milligram, B3 is 60 milligram, the B6 is 3 milligram, B12, 10 micrograms, and L-glutamic acid is 200 milligrams. So this, I'll just summarize some of the uses of the individual B vitamins. So B vitamin can, in a way, slow down diabetic neuropathy through disposing excess triose-phosphate via the reductive pentophosphate highway, and in a long way can also reduce other diabetic cases like glucoseuria, increased diuresis, and whatnot. B1 also has antioxidant properties. B6, so basically they produce several neurotransmitters. They help in mood improvement and brain functions. They help reduce stress. They help improve memory in children, and they play a neuroprotective role. Now, B12, directly or indirectly, helps in the metabolism of our human system. So it's very essential for growth and development. They alleviate pain through these symptoms and through this mechanism, So they promote the myelination, they increase nerve regeneration, and decrease ectopic nerve firing. So now we are done with the B vitamins. Let's quickly look at the L-glutamic acid, which is a precursor for these components. So we have glutamine, glutathione, glutamate, and GABA. First, let's start with that one. So glutamine helps with wound healing. Glutathione reduces reactive oxidative series and reactive nitrogen series, whereas glutamate and GABA, both inhibitory and excitatory, they help with. So So GABA helps to reduce, let's say, depression. It calms. It calms. So in cases of epilepsy and all those stuff, we can use the GABA, and it's going to help. Okay, yes. So now this is a study on L-glutamine, where it shows the benefits in sickle cell disease. So the long and short of this whole study is just to show that when you take glutamine, it helps with the sickle cell disease because it helps reduce the vaso-occlusive crisis because of, one, its antioxidant effects, and also because when glutamine was used as a nutritional supplement, it helped reduce a sequel of oxidative stress. So yes, basically this also further explains what I spoke about, and these are the diagrams to show them. So now also we can see that the same glutamine also has synergic effects, especially when taken with rifampicin. This is also another study to prove that. So when rifampicin was taken with glutamine, it helped and gave the patient a better chance at recovery. And also in ART patients, also because of the same glutamine, it has antioxidative properties, so it helped increase the body cell mass in HIV and AIDS patients. And so basically, this is a summary of all the plenty things that are here. So basically, Neuromin Plus. So what do your patients get when you put them on Neuromin Plus? So Neuromin Plus is a syrup that is fortified with B vitamins and L-glutamic acid. It's of premium quality, it's affordable, it's efficacious, and it's available because it's manufactured here in Ghana at Entrance Pharmaceuticals at Spintex. So this is to show the Entrance Pharmaceuticals. So these are the views, the external, the side, the front view, and the factory floor. So you can be rest assured that Entrance Pharmaceuticals are producing very effective medications, and it's ISO certified. So in the long run, you get your peace of mind when you prescribe Neuromin Plus because of the previous factors I mentioned. So this is also the tablets that I said earlier. So these are the strengths for the tablets. B1, 100 milligram, B6 is 50 milligram, B12 is 100 microgram, and L-glutamic acid is 500 milligrams. So for the dosing, it's one tablet twice daily till symptoms subside. Then you can do a maintenance dose of one tablet daily. So I'll quickly go through some other. So I'll quickly go through some other products from Tobinco. So this is our Artemether lumefantrine. I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with Lufat. So this is also another one from Tobinco. Whereas this one is just been maxed. The taste and the smell has been maxed. It has the aluminum foil that has been covered. So in cases where patients cannot take the anti-malarial because of the nauseating taste and smell, this one has been maxed, so they can take it. This is our antacid, Ansigel and Ansigel O. It's also affordable. It's very efficacious. So for your dyspepsia patients, heartburn, and all those stomach disorders, you can also give them this. And it's also here, manufactured here in Ghana at Entrance Pharmaceuticals. Last but not the least, we talk about our Evinal Pessary, which comprises of metoclotrimazole and lactobacillus. So for your mixed vaginal infections, the lactobacillus is going to help restore the pH, it's going to help restore the flora of the vagina, hence reducing reoccurrence. We also have our coentramol, which is paracetamol with codeine for mild to little strong headaches and other pains. So thank you very much.
one is the last presentation, but it's not on our program. Dr. Jagali, he's the Welfare Committee chairman. He's also the regional chairman for Western Region. So he travels a lot. He went to Nigeria recently and met a young man delivering a lecture. He decided that we need to have this. Louis will come after this. Before. Is ready to present. So, Dr. Jagali, just give us 10 minutes. Louis, come over. You have 10 minutes to complete your presentation.
Good evening. So before we start our presentation, we want to play a little game. I know we are very tired, so we want to play a little game. We will take 3 winners. Somebody here will go home with a rice cooker, someone will go with a cooking utensil, another will go with a rechargeable fan. Yes. So please, if you have your phones here, kindly type menti.com. Menti.com. The interesting thing about this game is, if where you are sitting, the network is not working, you can be on your feet and still be, using your phone. So you can use the opportunity to stretch whilst you are playing this game. So on your phone, kindly type menti.com. Yes, so, Menti, MENTI, then .com on your web browser. In addition to this, we also brought you some medication. All of us will take away with some medication. Please, are we there? ti.com. MENTI.com.
So this is it. Menti. So MENTI.com. MEN, and then TI.com.
It says enter code. So the code is 56047282. I'm mentioning the code again. 56047282. Okay. If you need help, you can raise your hand. We'll come to you. For a fee of 50 cedis for assisting you. Okay, we are all there, right? Yes, so you are there. Nice one. So it will ask of your name.
No, wait.
You type your name there. Don't worry, we won't start. We'll wait. The code again. 56047282. 56047282. Like I mentioned, you can use this time to walk, to stretch yourself, because wherever you are, you can still play this game. Should I mention this for the last time? I should take my time. Okay, so sorry. The code again. 5, 6, 0, 4, 7, 2, 8, 2, 5, 6. Yes. So 5, 6, 0, 4, 7, 2, 8, 2. Please, are we all there? The code again. Yeah, so if it's reload, we've not started the game, so we'll start very soon. So if you're at the session where it says reload, it means you're at the right place. I should give you the code again for 50 cedis. Okay, let's go. 5, 6, 0, 4, 7, 2, 8, 2. So we want to start now. Can we start? Players to join.
Now,
have you all logged?
They've started.
Okay, we've started.
Now,
have you all logged?
They've started.
Okay, we've started. Do you see the question on your screen? Do you see the question on your screen? On your phone screen, do you see it? Screen? On your phone screen, do you see it? Yeah, so you answer it. Yeah, so you answer it. The fastest person with the correct answer. The fastest person with the correct answer. It will show correct answer. It will show on the screen. So watch your phones. The question, it will show on the screen. So watch your phones. The questions are on your phones. Then you choose one answer. Okay. All right. So 5 people had it right. All right. So 5 people had it right. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so you have to be very fast. Yeah, so you have to be very fast. So you have to be very fast. The time I was talking, sorry. Oh, so please don't look on the screen. Watch your phone. Okay. So now, okay, so Dr. Cake was the fastest. Dr. Cake is leading. Next question. Next question. Okay, question 2. It's just 9 questions, so we'll finish right now.
Answer fast to get more points. What is the strength of marker in 1 tablet of manab? The strength of marker in 1 tablet of manab. The fastest hands gets it correct.
Yes, so the answer is 250 milligrams. So Manap has 250 milligrams of maca.
So just 2 people had it right. Yeah, next.
Okay, next one. So we'll see who is leading. Okay. So Dr. Ronald had it the fastest. Yeah. Now Dr. Ronald is leading. Next question. The interesting thing about this game is the first can be the last, and the last can be the first. Okay, next question.
Answer first to get more points. The following is true about Tongat Ali, except.
Yes, Tongat Ali is an ingredient in Manap. I know some of us will do Trebidi. It is allowed. Yes, so 6 people had it right. So Tongat Ali delays ejaculation. So that is false about it. What it does is it improves sperm counts, not delays ejaculation.
So Dr. Puffy was the fastest, but Sebastian is leading.
Next question.
Answer first to get more points. The following about osteoarthritis, except. The following are all true about osteoarthritis, except.
Okay. 5 people had it right.
Next.
So Dr. Trinity was the fastest, but...
Dr. Tinky was the fastest.
Hey, Tinky, yeah.
But Sheila is leading.
Yeah, Sheila is leading. Okay, next question. Remember, the first shall be the last, and the last can be the first. You never know. Don't give up. We are almost done with the questions.
Answer first to get more points. The following is true about yucca extract, except. The following is true about yucca extract, except.
Trebidi is allowed. Oh, wow. 8 people had it right. Wonderful.
All right.